Lou. I really thought this was cool, so I decided to play it for you guys. So, I just highly recommend this, and let's go ahead and just start here with this challenge mode. Alright, here we go. Do the best I can here. Alright. Oh, there's something down here. What's down here? Oh, I missed one. Darn. What is that? Oh my gosh. There's a magnet. There we go. Okay, there's another one. We got a nest. Okay. And we can't hit anything sharp. There we go. Oh, like that. We can't do that. You know what's crazy? Apparently I must really suck because only like 30, I think it's like 30% of people have the achievement that you get for dying on this mode. So I must really suck because I still haven't done it. Maybe they added more difficulty to it. There's a lot of stuff. Like, look at this. This is crazy. Maybe it's a different challenge. Maybe I'll do that one later. Let's do this one. Maybe I'm not understanding how the game works. I know, obviously, I have to get to these nests. Oh my gosh, I missed it. Oh, no. Oh no, look, I suck. Okay. No, no. No. Damn, no, damn. Come on. This is hard, man. You think it's not gonna be hard, and it is. Genuinely fun. Genuinely good fun. What a simple concept, genuinely fun. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, come on, come on, come on! Yes! I had to hit the knife, otherwise it wasn't gonna happen. Let's get up here. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, what is going on? Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. I kind of want to... I got it. Oh, I get it. Of course, it doesn't help if I hit stuff. If you go to the rhythm, it takes you there. Oh my god, no, 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 no. So if you tap to the rhythm, it'll take you. Oh my god, it'll take you to the rhythm that you need. to the spot you need, I think. I haven't confirmed it enough, though, because I keep hitting stuff. If you don't hit stuff, that is. Like, unobstructed. I think that's the idea. Oh, God. You know, it's sort of like a free runner. You could totally speedrun. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Get up there, get up here. Get up there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I must rise above it. No, 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 no. Sink. There we go. This is so great. Look at this shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. I got stuck again. I was trying to get back into the rhythm of it, but I got stuck on some stuff. So yeah, like if you get stuck, it's not gonna work that way, but if you can make it work that way, I think it'll work that way. Because there's like a music, there's like a rhythm to it. Oh my god. Like, we gotta get some more chicks. Some more peeps. Oh my god, oh my god. No, I need to get that, you stupid piece of bread. That piece of bread is dumb. It keeps obstructing me. Oh, it saved me that time. Oh, no, 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 come on, if I had just a little bit more... Yeah, unobstructed, I think it'll work, truthfully. Come on, come on, come on! Yeah, it keeps working if I don't get obstructed. Oh my god. Oh my god, I suck so bad. Look at this. There's forks falling on me! I need to get up above this crap. How? How am I supposed to... Ugh. Whew. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on, man. This is harder than it looks. Lots of overcorrections where you like let off the throttle essentially, and then you just drop. See, that wasn't me there. That was like I got put. All this stuff pushes you down. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is insane. I love this. I love this so much. It's complete chaos. That ain't happening. No, come back here, come back here. No, I need all that. No, damn it. Yes, I got it. That's awesome. I can go through the other way. Now I know I can do that. Okay. Oh my god. I need to hit these nests or I'm not gonna... I think I have to hit so many checkpoints. There we go. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. No, no, no. I'm getting stuck. No! This isn't good. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of this situation. Oh my god. That's why. This is bad. Oh no! 22 checkpoints cleared. Maybe it's just endless. Maybe you don't, like, really finish it. Okay. Let's see what I can do this time. I knew there's a customization. That's what that little clothes hanger was. But it was all locked last time I looked at it. So, I'm trying to get them. Maybe I won't, like, go too crazy on with that. I'll just try to... Oh, I see. If I don't hit the red, it doesn't actually... I didn't know that. No, I missed that one. So, if I don't hit the red, I'm okay. That I didn't know. Oh, shh. I suck so bad. More people need to play this and be, like, better than me so that I can stop sucking at it. Oh, wow, look at all this. Wow. No! All that. Okay. I'm honestly thinking this is more, like, generated. than like specific. Oh god, you know, as far as where the nests and stuff are. What the? I'm fine with that. Can I have that all the time? That was amazing. No! Damn! So much just happened. So much just happened. Give me that, thank you. That helped a lot. I need those seeds. That's a shield, man. No! Get the stupid bread. There we go. I found a stream. A stream of chicks. Oh no. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You know what the best part about this is? You can totally just play this and call it chicken game too. Oh god. Oh no, the bread! The bread is dangerous. Stay away from the bread. God! Stupid bread! When the bread comes into play, I'm just like, get the fuck out of there! And then this butter is just floating around. Stupid butter. I love this. Just giant pieces of toast in the way. Oh no, I missed the... I've only gotten 2 nests, haven't I? Damn it! I tried. There we go. I must endure. Oh god, I just lost all that. Stupid bread! It's the bread! It's the fucking bread. Literally, it was the bread the whole time. Well, there's a distance traveled that it tracks. That's cool. Oh, okay, so I got some of them unlocked now. Alright, we'll do that. Yeah, color would be cool. It looks like there's only 3 though. I guess we'll see. And try the challenge with it again. I think it's, I mean, kind of obviously more difficult on challenge mode. You know what I mean? Let me try it again. Alright, I got it. Now I need to not suck. Yeah, there we go. Ah, direct hit. I guess that's challenge mode. You hit one thing and it... That's what it is. It seems that way. More of a, sudden death. Oh, damn it. I think the music hits when I'm on track, right? I'm starting to pick up on that. Let's see. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, I messed it up. It's when I have chicks. But when I don't have chicks... It's not really doing it. Oh god. There we go. See, it does it again. I'm talking about the music at the top. Oh god. Yeah, I guess I may as well just do this now. Since I can. Oh, did you see that? That one thing pushed me down. Oh my god. I love all this candy corn just floating around. Oh my gosh. And orange slices and stuff. Sticks of celery, pineapple. Oh, there's watermelon. Oh my god. Watch out for the coffee. Get out of my way, you stupid egg! Oh my god. These fucking eggs, man. Getting in the damn way. Ow. I think it's honestly a lot of times better to keep momentum. Is what I'm sort of starting to figure out. Because then I'm having to try to play catch up here. But if I do what I initially did where I was just sort of kind of launching across the screen, and a lot of times I think that is a better way to go about it. I mean, sometimes you're gonna have to adjust, I think, but I mean, ultimately, if you can get it going, and then you get that laser, You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the point. Oh, shit. Sort of like this. Sort of like getting stuck with that again. There we go. But, like, the point is, if I have enough defense, I can just go right through that and it won't matter. I think that's kind of what you want to do. So, what's my total? I mean, that's my total this time. Here, let me see something here. There's nothing. Oh, alright. Whatever. Yeah, I think it's circumstantial. I think you just have to roll with it. When you know that you gotta keep moving, sort of like right now, you do it. When you can't, you can't. Ultimately, I think, obviously, you want that rhythm, though. You want to keep, obviously, striving to keep moving, ultimately, if you can. Just like any game that's, you know, fast-paced. But I'm just saying early on, because I suck. I'm not really that good at it, so I need to stop sometimes to be able to get these nests, because I don't ever know where they are. You know what? I'm gonna fall a little bit. How about I do that? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to fall a little bit. What happens if I just fall? Maybe that was a problem. I'm trying to get it. See, like, right now, I'm trying to get this stuff because I don't have any because I suck. Try to get some chicks here, man. He's trying to pick up his chicks. He's just trying to pick up some chicks, man. Oh, here we go. Look, we got... Look how many chicks he has. Oh shit! They're just flooding across the stream for him. You know it's because he's got that dad bod. You know that's why. Okay. I'm making it here. I'm making it. Yeah, once you get a nice rhythm to it, for sure, it seems to flow. But you can't let something break that rhythm. That's the tricky part. That's what keeps happening to me here. Did I just get a magnet? Oh, I did. Cool. So it would seem. Oh, man. Hey, it didn't count it. I went through it. That was weird. Oh, what the? There's another magnet. Well, that time I know I got a magnet. That time I saw it. There we go. I got it that time. Okay, I get it. So now I get that. Now I understand that. Oh, it didn't count it again. I went through there. Did you see that? That's so weird. It keeps doing that. I saw an egg carton. Oh, now we're talking. Here we go. No! Oh, wow. So, apparently, it seemed like I traveled further than I did. Wow. So I guess that's conclusive. We just want to keep moving. Oh god. I'm so dumb. I suck at this. Okay, I think there's sort of like an initial ascension. Like you sort of like ascend a little bit. And then the next one's sort of kind of like ahead. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh god! I just kept getting pushed down so much like that I couldn't ever measure that. Now that I've done it enough times. Yeah, see now it's below me. That's what it is, though. The next one should be around here somewhere. Yeah. And then... yeah, see, this is the problem. You start getting pushed down. And it throws off your rhythm. So just immediately, look at all that. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you just have to roll with it and it's not gonna work. There we go. Ah, shit! You stupid piece of bread. It wasn't the bread's fault, it was me. I literally missed it. But I'm gonna blame it on the bread. It was the bread. It was all the bread. Okay. Oh, nice. Take that. Okay. Oh, not good. I like it. I don't like it. I like it. I don't like it. I like it. I don't like it. There we go. Oh my god! I have none! Oh my god! All of a sudden, all these fucking eggshells are everywhere. What the... son of a... son of a... son of a hamster. Oh my god! Ah, come on. We got this. Oh. Okay, I'm sucking. I'm sucking. Can we not suck? Can I not suck? Can I stop sucking? Ugh. Where's the next nest? It won't spawn without the music. I gotta stop hitting stuff. Oh my god, I suck. I really, really suck. I really do. Holy Nikes. Okay, there we go. Ah, the cantaloupe got me! The cantaloupe got me! No. No. Screw the cantaloupe. Listen. Okay, look, I got that. I clearly got that last second. It didn't count. I'm starting to think that that's something they gotta fix. Oh my god. I think like the little arrow thing, the animation arrow thing. See how there's like an arrow that goes through it? Not the arrow that tells me where it is, but the arrow that goes through it. I think what's happening is that's disappearing for some reason too early. And then it's not triggering that I went through it. I think that's what's happening. And just in case, looking at that and you're like, what am I looking at? I think that's what's actually happening there. Oh god. And where is this thing? There it is, there it is, there it is! Come on! Come on! No! No! I got pushed down. The bread got me. Again. as it usually does. Oh, the cantaloupe this time. And the bread. Alright, you know what? We're gonna power through this. I know I missed it, but I had a magnet this time, so I just wanted to power through that. Oh god. Oh jeez. Alright, now. Just stop hitting stuff, please. That's fine, that's fine. Just don't do it anymore. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Damn it! Ugh, yes! 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 We still going, we still going. Oh, this dumb bread is in the way. No, no, no! No! It's okay. Wow! Wow! I got pretty far. I wonder, since it says out of 5,000, if, like, you know, there is actually... that's the end, or... I'm kind of thinking it might not be, though. Like, I'm just... I feel like... it's like a milestone or something, but maybe it is. Maybe it is the end. Oh, we got color! Let's go with the orange. What the? Yes. Is the shovel. What the? Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright. And here comes that malicious bitrate. It's around that time. Expect this stream to say, we will process this sometime within the next 24 hours. Expect this stream to say that. Yeah, we'll get to it sometime in the next 24 hours. Alright. Oh snap. Oh man. Go through, go through. There's that bitrate. Notice how when I mentioned something about them not doing it, it got worse again? Like, it was starting to get better? Almost like they really are screwing around with me. Like, they're trying to send a message, you know? Like, hey, we're messing around with it. You need to shut up. Like, they're literally actually doing that. Take note of that. Oh, hit the coffee, man. Oh. Okay. That was a nice little dodge, if I do say so myself. I'm starting to get a little better. I'm understanding. Jeez. You gotta, like, pull away from stuff. You sort of kind of get, like, attached to it. So you have to kind of, like, move actually, like, away from it. Yeah. Damn, I got shoved down. And I missed a magnet. That sucks. It's alright. So I can gather up here. Oh god. Well, not like that I won't. Oh god. Not like that I won't. Oh shit! Please give me something. Okay, there we go. There's that malicious bitrate again. You know, now they're just gonna do it randomly to try to make wrong what I just previously said. So keep that in mind. We all know that YouTube has done this. They have been doing this. And so the point is that it puts my stream in that limbo stage where it doesn't count things properly and we have all these problems. Should never happen. Shouldn't be happening. Their system can maintain the bitrate as per my traffic. Without causing problems. They can. They've orchestrated it to do that. We'll sit there with it, like, processing forever, so that they... Like, because they're, like, sitting there removing views and stuff. Like, that's why they're doing that. It's a way for them to do that. Oh my god, this... Shove it down again. Yeah! Yep, this never happened before Trump. Never. It's that new mentality that the people that are rich at the company want to do nothing and want to do less and automate everything, all while not giving people jobs. That's why this is happening. It's the exact reason why Gordon Ramsay got out of Kitchen Nightmares and stuff like that. It's like the exact reason. The owners were always taking everything for themselves and not changing and not doing what they should. Like, exactly like what YouTube does, where they sit here and they take billions and billions and billions of dollars every year of advertising revenue, where they can sit here and easily pay people to do this, but they're fully automating it more, and then using it maliciously to censor people that they disagree with. And So the point is, this is the Trump administration. This is the mentality that the rich people have, where, you know, they want to be able to go to work and not work, and work less, and get paid a ton of money, you know, and, you know, again, I've already pointed out that these are the people that don't listen to complaints and don't actually do anything, you know, like, they often do shoddy, crappy work, you know, and stuff like that, and like, this is the point, is that these are the folks that are running things, and that's why this is happening at YouTube. Where you can see every night at a certain time, it starts to happen. Where, like, basically it's literally just a, you know, at a certain time in the day, either these people or these resources are allotted for these things because of, you know, essentially the fact that, again, things are more automated than giving people jobs. So that's why this is happening, because you just have rich people sitting here capitalizing off being rich, you know, at YouTube and stuff like that, and then meanwhile doing stuff like this to further get even more rich, all while you're harming people, you know, like, instead of me making money off this, they're making money off this. This is what they're doing. They're doing this to me so they can make money and I can't. That's why it's fraud, that's why it's harassment. That's why they're doing this. Which is what has happened, has been happening. They make all this money off my channel, off people watching it, all the traffic that I bring in, and then they sit here and fluctuate my bitrate and cause all these problems for me that I have to deal with, and break all these things that I have to deal with. Nice. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna get the fin. Nice. It's pretty great. Yeah, so for evidence sake, just to state for documentation purposes, I believe this is the 5th night in a row at the same time. Yeah, the fifth night in a row at exactly the same time. And that the bit rate is uncontrollably, maliciously shifting around, and will do so for the rest of the stream. And if I start any other stream, will do so for the rest of the night until the morning. Until the very early morning. Conveniently. it's not the only time either this happened again back on the Halloween stream. Where, again, because we have a lawsuit pending and litigation and an investigation underway where we're investigating the platform for all kinds of things. Essentially not doing anything about somebody that was, committing online harassment daily and stuff like that, and all kinds of stuff. And so, we are doing this, and so just so that you know, like, if you wonder, that's what this is. They're just attacking me. Basically, like, all they're doing is sitting here and doing this to attack me to get reactions. That's all they're doing. So all they're gonna do all it's gonna look like at the end of the day is, again, them doing something like harassment, me reacting to the harassment, and then somebody actually seeing that YouTube, as a whole, just continued to allow this to go on for years, and that it was consistent and I documented it. That's all. So that's all that's happening here, and that's all that's going to happen, and that's what has been happening. So just so you know, you see that's why we have the bitrate on the screen. That's why it's actually on the screen. Otherwise, it obviously wouldn't be on the screen. There'd be no reason for me to have that on the screen. That's why we started putting that on the screen, is because my harassment situation started getting a lot worse, where, essentially the point is, as you guys know, all they're trying to do is really mess up the stream, really mess up so you guys can't watch the streams. And so, it messes up the trending for my channel and messes up, growth so that I can't essentially monetize or anything. Essentially it would just not give me the proper following that I'm supposed to get, obviously. Because, I can't realistically have a live stream when they're sitting here shifting that bitrate around so maliciously that it causes the stream to break up for anybody watching. So obviously that's the case. And obviously this is the case where anybody looking at that knows that if I'm streaming from my streaming software, they know that my bitrate's set to what it is. Everybody knows my situation. We've been talking about this for a long time. And so basically what you're going to see is you're going to see these one-off accounts and these trolls and stuff come in last minute and stuff like that to say what they're going to say and stuff like that. Excuse me. But the point is that, you have a set bit rate when you're streaming, when you're a streamer, and you have a certain amount, like a certain channel, a certain amount of traffic, and yada yada yada, and you are in communication with YouTube and all that, they do set your bit rate. And YouTube, I have emails back and forth, and YouTube did set my bit rate. And so again, my bit rate, as you guys know, is what it always is. And we can watch and go back. I've had that on the screen for months now. Months and months and months. So for some of you that are just now watching and just now seeing the channel, and just now seeing this, and the whole point is conveniently they're trending it to you, so that way you think that it doesn't look like I know what I'm doing and stuff like that. No, that's the point. The point is to show it to you right then. I have been doing this for literally fucking years. I have the same bit rate for literally fucking years. I have done this for literally years. I have never had to change anything. My system has only upgraded. So, again, YouTube is getting worse. YouTube is depleting in quality. YouTube is, instead of enabling you to grow and helping you grow. And as I do grow, they are restricting me so that growth is exponentially more difficult. So basically, you are set up to fail, fundamentally. And so basically, again, if you go back through all these recent gaming streams we've been playing recently, you'll see 9, 8, 7, 9, whatever hours we play, these long periods of time. My bit rate's never been changed. I don't stream at a different bit rate than I ever did. It has never, ever, ever changed. Except for the first time I started streaming, and they changed it. Way back. When they initially changed it. That's it. And, the whole point is that we have so many streams. Totally fine. Bitrate never shifts around. Never. Not once. Totally fine the whole stream. And then when it's totally fine, you can clearly see those are the higher viewed streams. When nothing happened, those are the higher viewed streams. Nobody was there to screw up the trending, to mess with the data points. Your bit rate doesn't randomly shift around. And not this maliciously. And not for the 5th night in a row after a certain time to a certain time. YouTube is doing this on purpose. Saying nothing. And again, this is what they do. They play psychological warfare with people. They screw around and break people. They break my phone. My phone is literally broken. They broke the camera on my device. Every single time I use my camera, it is flipped backwards. YouTube did that. That is a new device. Nobody else did that. You can't tell me anybody else did that. Using YouTube did that. You know full well this is what YouTube does. They flip shit around for their own stupid copyright reasons. This is what they do. Just because. Not because they have to, just because. They don't wait for anybody to say anything. They just because. So, this is only the latest fucking thing. YouTube's been attacking me for a long time. This is nothing new. I realize you guys are all new to this. This is nothing new to me. Okay, you don't lose entire features. Entire features of your channel don't just go broken. Like reverting to original. Just completely missing. Not the ability to not do edits whatsoever. All these other things that always happen where the thumbnail just endlessly breaks. Never works. I never see the proper thumbnail. An assigned thumbnail that's always different for everybody else from what I see. That's YouTube screwing around with me. They intentionally want me to always see something different than you. So that way I never know what that thumbnail looks like. Because if you remember early on, I came on here and I was reporting very loudly that YouTube kept doing this. YouTube kept displaying my thumbnail wrong on videos I was even sharing to social media groups. So the whole point was I would think it was wrong. And then I would complain. And then instead of people telling me what it looked like, nobody would say anything. They would just let it go. And then finally, one person ever, after thousands of people see this and stuff like that, one person finally shows me a screenshot of what they see. And it's the correct one. It's the one it should be. And this again, this was the K-pop social media groups, where they intentionally did this to exacerbate my audience. Intentionally. Knowing and misrepresenting my thumbnail that I would have that reaction. Because the whole point is when I email them about it, they're like, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with the thumbnail. Yes, there is. So again, that's just TrashTube literally not admitting something's wrong. They just deny it, that something's wrong. This is what they do. They deny that anything's wrong. And then 2 days later, they fix it. After nobody gives a shit anymore. That's not how trending works. And this is what I'm talking about. They know that. So that's the point. They fix shit really slow, but really fast for the people that pay them shitloads of money. So this is the point. And so, therefore, in a world that moves that quickly, anybody else is set up to fail. I don't need to prove that. You can see it. This is your proof. They are proving it for me. This has been the 5th night in a row. And then you see a bot, this channel in my chat that I don't know if you're a bot. You have 316 subscribers, so you're probably not a bot. You appear to have a channel, and you come. This is the point. You have nothing credible to add. You just immediately give me the same quick, dismissive thing that I would have considered years ago when this first happened. In the first hour, I deduced this thing that's been happening for literally years. And then you say it as if like that, like the person wouldn't have known. You know, I don't have all this evidence, and I don't know what, you know, like, you don't know anything about me or the situation. You just say these really dismissive, quick things to sound smart or whatever in chat or something like that. And this is kind of the point. Where this is where people want... This is why they're watching. They're not watching to legitimately help. They want to like, they want to be seen helping. If they would have helped, they would have helped. So then that's the point. It gets toxic. Then they become angry with you. And now every single person on this platform that has anything where you dislike what they did, they actually hate you to the point that they will attack you and harass you on this platform just because you didn't like what they did to you. That is this platform. That's the entire platform. And that's YouTube, too. That is their employees. That is what I have experienced. You know, I'm not trying to name anybody in general, but if I report something, nothing happens. They don't do anything. They'll send you an email, maybe, and nothing will happen. That's YouTube. That's Google. In fact, you will get emails from Google, and nothing will happen. So don't sit here with your really quick, have you tried streaming at a lower... Because again, all you sound like is a person who subcontracts for YouTube trying to disguise what you're doing to shift my bitrate around. That's what you sound like. You sound like the person trying to mask what you're doing. Because why would you say that? Of course I would fucking try that. My browser is literally telling me right this very second the bitrate that I'm supposed to stream at. The whole point is this person is doing this because everybody's been watching and the buzz has been going around about my high bitrate and how fast my internet is. I sat here proving for several nights in a row. I let the stream up with my internet speed twice when this happened, showing both separate times that I did a speed test. Those times. I had just done that speed test. That wasn't like a random fucking screenshot. That was a speed test from that night. Each one of those times. And that fucking internet speed was just fine. Otherwise, I'd just get off stream and be like, well, damn, it's the fucking internet, and try to figure that shit out. Why would I endlessly bitch at YouTube when it's the fucking internet? That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Why would I endlessly bitch at YouTube when I could try a lower bitrate? Are you insane? Are you fucking dumb? This is my point. Like, I really think most people are just that fucking stupid anymore. You don't think long enough about it. Fuck. Have you tried a lower fucking... So anyway, as you guys know, this is exactly what we've seen for the past 5 nights in a row. Nothing's any different. But as we calmly state this and we calmly show rationale, you see what happens. We get like a bot or somebody in chat trying to egg it the other way instead of showing support. Immediately. Right away. Again, very calmly, very rationally stating what's going on, and then immediately. That is the reaction from the platform. Conveniently. Somebody in chat that is vocal that will say the opposite. This is your cancel rhythm. That's what it is. That's it, right there. That's the perfect and utter example of it. You want to know what it looks like? That's it. It is the system's incredibly odd ability to give you to give what it detects as toxic people the opposite. Like, you see what I mean? I literally ran a martial arts school. I literally am... Sifu is literally my title. It's in my channel name. I literally ran a martial arts school. And somebody would actually disrespect me like that in the chat. They would actually say something like that. And keep in mind that this person doesn't have a normal name either. Their fucking name on YouTube is Nitro Gloves. What the fuck? Nothing normal. Yeah, that is not normal. That is not a normal person. So this person comes in here and asks me this. Let me tell you something, asshole. You're gonna come in here and ask me a stupid fucking question like that? Do you see the amount of people that are in my stream right now? So first of all, I know that the bitrate's shifting around and stuff like that. Obviously, you guys can hear what I'm saying. We all know, for the people that know how to follow along, we get that you can actually hear it. But for those who are, humor me for a second, okay? This guy is this dumb. He's gonna say something this fucking stupid in my chat, okay? And the proof is literally directly in front of your face that YouTube's harassing me. All you have to do is literally look at my channel's page and do 5 minutes of investigation. And it's right in front of your face. And this is how dumb people are. So, I'm gonna, again, state this. There are 184 viewers currently in the stream. Oh, now 191 concurrent viewers in the stream. Do you want to know how many total views of those 191 that are now in the stream right now? You know, and again, you're in the chat, you're showing that there are plenty of people in here, right? So, and nobody disbelieves that, right? You guys don't really disbelieve that. That number seems pretty accurate. It seems like there's people in here. There's a good number of people in here, right? It's moving around all over the place. That seems pretty accurate. Okay, so then why is YouTube counting 24 views total on this entire stream? If YouTube is not harassing me, why does this stream have 161 likes, yet it has been counted 24 views? There's 207 people watching right now, and 24 views have counted on the stream. And you're so dumb that you're coming in here and making stupid fucking comments like that, when it would take you 5 minutes of an investigation to find out that what I'm saying is true. Yeah, literally, that basically, it's right in front of you. All you gotta do is go to another fucking video on my channel, one of my Elden Ring streams. I think it's the one that says, like, Cerulean Coast. That one still has more likes than views. Still. And that was probably, like, about a month ago, right? A stream cannot have more likes than views. You can't like a stream more times than it is viewed. That means somebody is removing the fucking views. It means the numbers are being lied about. Something's going on. How is this so difficult to understand? It's not. The reality is that I want you to recognize this. The more I talk about it, the more I show. You notice how, like, I escalated there and then somebody showed up in chat? So then I did it again. I wanted to show you that. I did it again and it was calculated. I backpedaled, but I did it just ever so slightly, and then somebody else showed up. That's what I wanted to show you. And now, as I've escalated a third time, now the emoji. Do you see it? Now they lay it on even more. So, systematically, a whole bunch of people, this is a group of people. I do think it's one or two groups of people, but I do think it's a group of people, and I do think that this is what they do. They have a system where it escalates initially, escalates a second time, and then it escalates a third time. And then that third time is quite literally, that's that breaking point where everybody like leaves and they've canceled them. So basically, the reason that they're doing this is because this channel, Cookie Dough, Cookie Plays, he is very, he's crazy. And he has been following the channel around and harassing me and causing problems for my family and harassing all of us. And he is under investigation. And he's also one of the January 6th rioters. And so this is why you have to realize that when Trump did what he did, and he, signed what he signed, this is when people started harassing and attacking people. This is why all this is happening. So if the Trump administration wants to know how to stop this, and how to sort of kind of stop me, and so I can proceed forward as a normal American, and I'm sure they would want to, what you need to do is you need to condemn this stuff. You need to take a step forward, and you need to stop these, again, you need to condemn the fact that just because, and also, it's the law. So, like, that thing that he signed that excused them, that pardoned them, it was just for that day. It doesn't pardon them from everything. This is what they don't understand. So, that's what you have to realize. Now, if YouTube, on top of this, is not enabling this and helping this too, then this wouldn't be happening. And that's what you have to realize. YouTube gave these guys sponsorships, and now they're kind of screwed. And I am literally, like, no lie, you see all these hundreds of views watching right now. Okay, so, again, I am watching as it goes to a 30 view count, and then goes back down to 29. I just watched it do that 3 times in a row. They go up to 30, then down to 29, 3 times in a row. For total views on the whole stream. So if you look at the likes, just the amount of likes, right now, if you go on your device and you just look at the amount of likes on the stream, you will clearly see that there are 161 likes on the stream. So again, that's been there pretty much since the beginning of the stream. And that's what's been happening every stream. Basically, these people come in with their malicious bots, and it is supposed to count as views, and YouTube is not counting it. And quite frankly, it's actually causing problems. It's also causing all these problems for me, like this. So there you go. That's kind of what's been going on. And, just wanted to level with you. But that's what I'm seeing. And that's the escalation system, basically 1, 2, 3, where there's There's 3 levels to it, and I've actually discussed that with multiple people, and they agree that definitely a 3-part system. I don't even think that they think that it's like they're necessarily aware of that. That's what I think. I don't think that they even are aware of that or thought of it that way. I think that they just sort of started doing that, and so that's us like organizing it. But yeah, it's definitely a 3-part escalation. Where it starts with, initially whatever they can. Just whatever it is. If they can't do bitrate, then they'll do something else. So the part of the reason that they can do bitrate is, again, all these vulnerabilities lately, just literally everything is automated. YouTube is trash. And again, after a certain point, YouTube is completely automated. So that's why right now, after a certain point at night, this person just sits here and does this, and nobody at YouTube gives a shit. So again, all we're going to do is document. And so for X amount of time, they will be responsible for allowing this to go on. That's all. So just really needed to kind of state that for the sake of documentation purposes. I wasn't really going to be here too long, so I'm probably going to end the stream. But I really want you guys to go pick up this game. I think it's really fun. And it's like $4. So, you can't argue with that. So I think, I think that's, like I said, I think I'm just gonna, I wasn't really gonna be here long, so, it was like a quick play. I was probably gonna do about an hour anyway, so. Yeah, now this, again, what we're experiencing here is definitely some sort of weird dynamic where people at YouTube were lied to. Somebody's being lied to. Somebody's being dishonest. Somebody's saying something, pretending to know me, pretending to know a situation, lying about it, saying something that's not true. That's what's happening here. Because otherwise it wouldn't be. Because this is a very serious legal matter. They are responsible for the stream health. So, like, just the fact that it happens so regularly, especially 5 days in a row, it tells me that, like, essentially somebody, like this person that's mashing the emoji that shows that they are watching every stream, has been trying to find parts in my streams and sitting here and nitpicking and really analyzing every little stream, and found one little spot of one little stream to show people at YouTube, so that way they would, like, do this for X amount of time or something like that. And so that's what this person did. And so what you have to realize, to the people, to the idiots at YouTube, you are showing this asshole how to reverse engineer your system. That's how he's doing all this. This guy that's a scammer has been doing this the whole time by doing exactly that. Because you fucking idiots didn't listen to me. And I reported him to you, too. I told you a long time ago about this guy, and I told you about no sleep as well. I told you about both of them. And I also warned you about the mod community on Michael Does Life's channel. But no. You don't want to pay attention to anything. And that's up to you to pay attention to that. And do something about it. But no. You sat there and you let Michael Does Life, you let him get harassed on stream too. And then, you know, now, now it's the sort of thing where if somebody actually, like, legitimately has, like, some sort of personal issue or something like that, it's laughed at and mocked instead of treated seriously. So basically, people should kill themselves instead of being content creators. And that's what this type of situation forces on any content creator that would have that sort of situation where, you know, you have to realize that this scammer is creating that dynamic. That's what they're trying to do. That's the scam. Yeah, that's why when I quit, they followed me around Facebook, made a bunch of Facebook accounts pretending to be my family and impersonated my family members and stuff like that. That's why they did that. And then proceeded to come in all of my YouTube chats and do that. That's why all this is happening. Yep, because everybody around me does stupid shit. Everybody I come in contact with does something wrong, does something they shouldn't do. It's quite literally what's going on. Just like every employee at YouTube that didn't take the situation seriously, didn't do it, didn't do anything about anything I have ever reported. Ever. In fact, some things have quite frankly gotten worse after reporting them. And like I said, the YouTube app still doesn't work. Can't even stream from it. Literally, the entire YouTube app is completely broken. So, this is what you have to realize is, like, it's not any one thing where I'm like, hey, you know, I should just choose a low bit rate. And you know, you can be a fucking retard and come in here and be like, set your settings to this. I know everything. I know your setup. I've been doing that for years like you have. I know. I've done the tests you have. No, you haven't, retard. So the whole point is, the stream has been better more than it has been messed up. Idiots. These people are just showing up and doing this now. The whole point is, every time I gain traction, all you are showing up by the thousands, right? So that's the point. This is when they do it, and they get aggressive about it. Every time this has happened. Every time I start to trend. This has happened so many times where I should have been viral already. This asshole ruined when Starfield came out. He ruined my Starfield stream. He actually told me to uninstall the game. He was sitting there waiting live and told me to uninstall the game. He had his community there and everything like that to act like he was gonna watch, but then like pretended, you know, like there was like this big problem and stuff and he knew how to fix it. And I shouldn't have trusted him. And he convinced me that you know, I had to uninstall the game and stuff like that. And I should have just done the research myself. I shouldn't have trusted him in like the you know, last minutes of the game was coming out. And then sure enough, it wasn't it. It was just slow to launch. I had the pre-install. It was just slow to launch. And then I uninstalled it and was reinstalling it. And by the time I got it installed, every single one of my viewers was over in his chat. And I saw a lot of them in there. A lot of my regulars. And I saw everybody over there. And so this is the whole point, is this guy would very obviously consistently make a scam out of coming in my chat and making it look like he's there to support me, but then something happens where he causes a problem. Him being there causes a problem. And then everybody goes over to his stream. And this is what this fucking faggot did to my channel for the entire time this asshole knew me. And again, he never even knew me. And this is my point, is I think that's what he was doing to Michael Does Life, too. I think he was trying to scam him, too. By playing victim initially, too. And then I fell right into it, thinking that I was just helping somebody. But this guy's a scammer. He's literally a YouTube creator scammer. It's literally what he is. And I reported him to YouTube. I don't know how many times I tried to tell YouTube. I tried to tell all of you. But this is the point. This is what this guy does. Every time I'm trending, he comes back and he starts shifting my bitrate around maliciously and doing all these things. Because this is what he always did. He would be in my chat. Because the point is, I know what I'm doing and he never did. So he would sit here and learn from me because he was a fucking retard. So he would sit here and watch all my streams because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Literally before he was any good at streaming, all that asshole did was lay in his fucking bed and lay there and play the feel fucking sorry for me game. That's literally all he ever fucking did. And then when I came along, he stole every fucking idea that I had and acted like it was his. And then he caused us some sort of technical problem for me anytime I ever fucking had any traffic because he knew my information. He would just sit there and do that stupid shit. Because this is what he does. And then so I started picking up on it. This is literally what this fucking guy does. Like, what a fucking joke. And so that was the whole point, was I told him certain things at various times, and then what he did with those things told me what I needed to know about him. So that was when I had decided to sort of get ahead of that, and I did. And so it proved it to some of my audience, and that's why some of the audience, like you guys can see, as you can see, there are still some people, you know, obviously watching that have been here the whole time and paying attention and whatnot, and they know what's going on. They remember. The very last time that I decided I was done was that guy. Basically, what he did was, I was talking about a situation having to do with him. I wasn't talking bad about him, I was just talking about him. And so, like, because he heard his name, again, nothing bad was said. I was talking about him, about the situation. So because he heard his name, he came back in the stream. And this is the whole point. He is a scammer. This is what he does. Like, it's like he tricks himself into it. So he comes back into the stream and he just starts going off in the chat, freaking out that, you know, oh, yada, yada, yada. You know, like, oh, durba, durba, dur, you said this and you said that and durka, 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 dur, no, blur, dur, 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 or whatever the fuck he was saying in the chat. The whole point was he heard his name and it's like, no, dude, I was literally just talking about the situation, but whatever, if you're gonna act like that, then fine. Like, I was totally calm about it and he was flipping out in my chat. That's when I was done. I was just fucking done at that point. I'm not gonna sit there and you know, justify that behavior any longer. And I was sitting there trying to play fucking Fallen Order. And this bitch came in my chat trying to be all, like, apologetic and trying to get all noticed because, again, he's getting canceled again and nobody's listening to his fucking bullshit again. So he comes back and he starts stealing audience again. I'm sorry. You know, and stuff like that. And so, no, I'm done with it. And so that was the last time was when it was obvious that he was doing stupid shit like that. So the whole point is, this guy, like, he just kept doing stuff like this. I remember the one time he gave away a password when we, like, had a private game that we were hosting where we were playing together. He, like, said the password out loud on the stream, like, right after I told him not to do that. Like, the very obvious, most obvious thing you wouldn't do as a streamer. Like, just basic stuff that he would do, like, sort of that was, like, obvious. That wasn't a mistake. It was, like, obvious that no way he's that dumb, you know? Like, just literally, there's no way. So, it's just, with that guy, it was just one thing after another. And so, that's why that's going on with the dynamic with that community, is some of them realize what happened and some of them don't. So that's what happened there. And then, you know, like, obviously he came from, you know, the Michael Does Life community, and, I don't have any beef with him or anything. My only thing is just that some of the people that are in his chat sometimes are like that, but you know what I mean? Like, people, like, content creators aren't personally responsible for what their viewers do and other people's, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, anyway, it's the sort of thing where that's what happened there. And so my bit rate, again, all this stuff, this is nothing new. This is just, again, coming back from you know, me seeing this before. I've seen this so many times before. And I know the patterns, I know when it happens, we know who's doing it, we are investigating them. Like I said, it just takes a long time. It's, you know, with, like, police and stuff like that, there's a lot more due process involved with charges related to nonviolent crimes and stuff like that. So that's what you have to realize with stuff like this. This takes a while. But anyway, it's pretty sad when like somebody comes on here and uses your personal information that like they found out, and then just like tries to get something bad to happen with it, you know? Like they're like you clearly know they're doxing maliciously, you know, with the intent, you know, like obviously every day, with every single day in chat with all these accounts, so much that I can't pay attention, I can't stream, I have to moderate chat, I have to constantly, you know, that is intent to get somebody, you know, somebody identity theft, you know, like essentially that situation, you know, just like documentation showing proof of the same behavior out of somebody, that you know that person does this thing, and you know that you know, essentially they're causing this dynamic, you know, with the bit rate, with the stuff that is interfering with your channel and causing these things, and they show a repetitive pattern. You can prove that and you can document that. That's sort of kind of what we're doing here, where he doesn't understand, like the person doing this does not understand how they are leaving a data trail for all of those that are investigating while they're doing this. So, like, I understand that you think that, like, it's gonna happen forever, but it's not. It's happening because, again, like, the Trump administration doesn't, like, they're just really, really inept. They're unable, they cannot do anything, they can't get anything done. That is why you're able to do this. That's it. You know, somebody would have already laid the smackdown on the fact that YouTube is not moderating their own platform from now until the wee hours of the morning. Somebody would have laid the smackdown. You know, because this is pretty serious. Just not, again, for the 5th night in a row, just from now until the wee hours of the morning, my channel is just, the bit rate's just shifting around all over the place. This is the 5th night in a row. Same time. Same way. Maybe I'll even leave the stream open. Again. All night. Because I've got news for you. The person doing this doesn't like it when I do that. They're doing this like they want me to end the stream, they want me to get off, they want it to end abruptly. When the stream continues on like this, Pencesters and stuff, they really can sit here and figure out what you're doing. So the longer this stream like remains connected and open, they can get in there and see what's going on. And I got news for you, they're going to very clearly see that it has nothing to do with the optimization of my stream software. They're going to see that very clearly and very plainly. Yeah. I'm producing a pretty constant 300 FPS in the top left corner of your screen. And remember, the person doing this is triggered by FPS. Remember, this person was triggered by that before. Remember that. Me showing FPS on the screen. Remember, a while back when I was doing that and I was talking about FPS and everybody was so interested in that and I got all this support for it and it pissed them off. Remember that? Yeah. He is projecting all of his problems onto me. Like, that's what he's doing. Like this guy has, like he's probably, something's probably going on with this kid now, right? Because he put his profile picture on his YouTube page as a picture of his son. I have no idea why in the hell you would do that. But he did. And so, like, and, you know, like, just some other stupid stuff that he did, too. So he's probably having some problems. And so now he's just gonna sit here and endlessly try to pit that on somebody else. And this is what I caught him doing in real life. A while back, I caught him in the hospital where, like, he had an accident at work. And I know for a fact that when he was getting off work that day, and he had his accident, I know why he did it. I know why he had his accident. And that's why he's doing this, and that's why he's harassing me. Because I know. Because if you look at those cameras and you investigate that, all you're going to find out is he had an accident because he was rushing around. And the reason I know that isn't because I know him. It's because I know him. It's because I know he was watching my stream while at work that day. And I know that I was talking about something that he was jealous that I was going to play and he couldn't. He actually admitted that. And he was like, oh man, I really want to... And I remember his reaction. He really wanted to rush home and play it. And he quickly got out of the stream. And this is when all this happened. Remember, I was streaming and my stream got interrupted. I had all these people in there, and it got interrupted by, oh, Cookie's in the hospital. Accident. And this interrupted my stream. Everybody left my stream and went over to his channel. He had a hospital stream. He streamed from the hospital. He was incoherent. He was streaming in the ER. He was incoherent. He shouldn't have been doing it. And then he was trying to use that as an excuse. They filled out the paperwork wrong or something for his workers' comp claim or something like that. And meanwhile, he's the one sitting in there streaming. And all this because, again, he was trying to rush out of work. He fell, had an accident, tried to cover it up. All this because this motherfucking guy is trying to cover up his little fucking work accident. So you want to know what it is? It's that. There you go, asshole. Should have left it alone. That's what it was. That's why you didn't want me to tell you. And again, he didn't admit to this or anything. I just figured it out. It's super obvious. That's the point. Because that's how he acts. And remember, he gets off work and he's got a stream on his way home and stuff like that. Remember, he started doing this. He was the one that started doing this. And then when I do it, and I show I might actually have a reason for it, and I create reasons for it, and I'm good at it, I start having problems. You know, like I'll beat on the steering wheel, and I'll have a good rhythm or something like that. Oh, and then the bit rate shifts around. Then the bit rate shifts around. This is what you have to realize. This guy is so insane. He's watching every second of every stream. Really is a stalker. And since I have been kind of on this topic and talking about this, direct your attention. Go ahead and take a look at the likes right now. Ever since, again, this person, as they have been, as those likes instantly were at a certain number earlier, they have been slowly subtracting one at a time. Very, 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 very slowly. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Now, of course, the point is, you need to pay attention to this stuff. You have to kind of to watch it too, because this has been every stream now. So you need to start remembering this stuff. Because this is the stuff, this person's been doing this for, geez, a while. So you need to pay attention to that. And that was up to like 200 something. So the whole point is it's been slowly moving down to the 113 it just was, and then after I said that, bam, 114. So this is what you have to realize, is this person really is doing that. You've seen that pattern before too, where I call something out, it's kind of obvious it's happening, I direct your attention to it. Why else would I direct your attention to it? You know, it doesn't make any sense. And I do, and it's happening, and then it just does the opposite really quick. Well, it's that person adjusting. Yep. So, this person, harasses other people too. I have no doubt this person has gone out of their way and contacted other people that I know. And if there's any proof of that, which there is, but I'm saying if, you know, rhetorically right now, if there's any proof of that, what that means is essentially that's your proof. Where they went out of their way to reach into the private life, to talk to somebody. Like, there's no reason to do that. There's no reason to watch every second of every stream either. But, you know, because nobody does that. Like, nobody does that. There is not a single person, like even the most crazed fan, you know what I mean? A lot of times, like, with streamers, like, that it's just every second of every stream. No, I don't know about that. You know, where right at the start of the stream I get this one concurrent that's always in there right at the beginning, just immediately, and then that's when the problems start, right at the beginning, and they don't stop. Just weirdness. And this never happened before this person. It was never like this. We had normalcy. Before this content creator, I had normalcy. And my bit rate was the same. So again, before this content creator, I had normalcy on the channel. Everything functioned just fine. There was nothing going on like this. I could just do a stream and I didn't have to sit here and talk about this stuff. What you have to realize about this is the dynamic Michael Does Life used to have. So what I've rationalized is that was fake. It was all made up for views. And they were review botting it. And actually maybe getting some people to watch it. And then I took a shit on all of it. And blasted Michael Does Life accurately. And so they started stealing my thunder. Started stealing my ideas. I mean, flat out, that guy takes my haircuts. Like, he'll wear a shirt that I have never seen him wear before, and it looks exactly like a shirt that I just wore on a stream that I just did like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Is he, like, literally trying to copy the style? Like, that guy used to wear nothing but white shirts. Remember that? On just messy hair. So you have to realize just at a certain point, I called this out and they realized that they were going to get on the radar. You know, and he had like this little gambling scam going on. They were going to get on the radar. And they were. And so they just started stealing all the legitimacy I had. You know, every time I had something new I came up with, they would steal it. And I just kept coming up with, like, that's the point. That's how creative I am. And it was just never ending. I just kept coming up with ideas and just kept doing it. Just kept doing it. Just kept doing it. Just kept doing it. And these fucking assholes just kept stealing every single one. And flat out, using unsavory means, too. You know, obviously looking into my life in, you know, under the scope of a stalker to do this. You know, stalking me, following me around, stuff like that. Following me around the internet to essentially do this. To figure out what the stream's going to be about. You know, that sort of thing. You know, that's why you always get all these bots that'll ask, you know, what's your schedule, and then they'll spam this. You know, it won't be one-off ones here and there. No, they'll like spam it. They'll like, if I don't answer, they'll spam it too. No, that's him. He wants to know the schedule so he doesn't endlessly have to sit here and pay attention to when I go live. Because that's the point. That's what was happening. I was going live and he wasn't catching it. So, this fucking piece of shit is doing all of this. Just so I don't have a chat, just so that I don't have... Because everybody knows that's your live stream function, is your chat. So this bitrate, obviously causing this malicious bitrate shift, messes up that dynamic. And that was always his problem. He literally would always have a delay on his chat because he's a fucking retard and doesn't understand that you can set that. So this fucking retard would literally just always be behind on it. Like, such a moron with his own fucking streaming. And so, like, the couple of times I went in his chat, it was, like, hilarious how bad he was and just how off he was. And so the whole point is I started picking up on the fact that, well, either he's really this bad, or again, it's more trolling and more him being a scammer where he's trying to make me look bad. So I just stopped going into his stream. where I started picking up on the fact that if I was on a stream, I remember there was a couple times I went into a stream and everybody was talking, and the very second that I typed one message, everybody stopped talking. Oh, and I said, like, hey, what's up, or something like that. And then, instead of a normal response, this guy, apparently, like, he was hard on his community about it, or something like that. So, yeah, him. He's a piece of shit to all these people. They like him. That's it. So he just gets this cult following, playing this dynamic where they feel sorry for him because he has all these problems. I got news for you. He doesn't have any fucking problems. That's the point. It's all fake. Just like, remember when he supposedly had a seizure? He supposedly had a seizure. This guy is having seizures, yet he's driving around. This is the point. He was on stream the night before saying, "Oh, I just had a seizure the night before." Yet he's sitting in his car in the driver's seat. I'm watching him on stream sitting in his car in the fucking driver's seat, telling me that he just had a seizure the night before. The ambulance had to pick him up and everything. And immediately my brain goes, and you're driving. So, they literally took his license, if that's the case, or he's fucking lying. Which do you think it is? You don't have a seizure. You don't just go to the hospital with seizures and then the next day you can just drive. This is what started happening. I called him on his bullshit. That's what I saw. Where I saw a danger to the public. I saw somebody that was lying that bad. Where, dude, if you really had a seizure and you're fucking driving, I need to say something because you're gonna fucking have a seizure and kill somebody. That literally, I know somebody, that literally happened to somebody I know. And they're lucky to be alive. Everybody is lucky to be alive. That car was torn in half. And this motherfucker is lying about this and thinks it's funny. So that's what I started calling him on. And that's, to be honest, that's what happened. You know, just like literally left and right, I started calling these guys on their bullshit. So they started attacking me. It's just like all the other stuff that I'm doing where I'm calling this person out or this person out, and then conveniently my bitrate shifts around or something like that. And it's like, you know, it really doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that I'm sort of calling some people out, and so people are harassing me. I've been doing this for a while. I like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta be fucking stupid if you don't... You know what I mean? Like, you're fucking retarded. Like, just literally go back and start looking at any of my streams that we've been doing where I've had this bitrate on the screen for I don't even know how long now. Because again, I've had this bitrate on the screen at least for months. For months I've been doing this, and there's been plenty of streams where it's solid the entire stream. Never shifts around. No, this is literally because I'm threatening to sue YouTube. And YouTube is joining in with this asshole that's a criminal masquerading on their platform as a criminal, and they're helping him be a criminal. Just as I also pointed out that this platform is used by human trafficking. It is. He thinks human trafficking's funny, see? The guy hitting the emoji button thinks human trafficking is funny. I wouldn't piss off those hackers if I were you. Because that's what it sounds like you're trying to do. Because that's what you just did. I watched it. You hit that button even harder when I said that. You started mashing it even harder. You think that's really funny. When I talk about human trafficking. You just think that subject's hilarious, don't you? So there you go. There you go, guys. If you wanted fuel to get this person, and that's what I wanted to show you, is this person is that toxic. They have let me know that they're that toxic before. That they think that subject and subjects kind of like that are actually pretty funny. They're that toxic. That they think human trafficking is funny. So this is just like the shooter. Remember the person that we talked about that shot Charlie Kirk? And, you know, everybody's like, who is doing all this? You know, who's doing these shootings and stuff? These people. That act like this. See, he's admitting to it. He killed somebody. I'd take that as admission of guilt. He just said 100%. I said these people kill people, and he said 100%. I mean, I'd take that as an admission of guilt. He is sitting here responding to what I'm saying, so I would. So yeah. There you go. I mean, I think that's plenty suspicious enough to find out who's hitting that button right there. I'll tell you what, I'll leave the stream open. Do what you want to do. And the bit rate's moving around already. So, you want to figure out who's hitting that emoji, feel free. I know some of you are talented enough to do that. So what you have to realize about this person is that he is not. He thinks it's not possible. Like, somebody that he deals with thinks they know everything. That's his problem. His problem is that he actually does have some younger friends that are pen testers, but that's the problem. They're younger. And this guy's an idiot. So he doesn't understand that the younger pen testers are actually not that smart. They just pretend to be smart. So these guys, they think they know everything, and they're wrong, and they're going to steer him wrong. And in a couple of years, all this is going to come crashing down when they find out how illegal all this is, when there's due process again. I mean, there's literally no due process right now. The government was just shut down for how long? Jesus. So I'll leave this. I will leave this up for a little bit, I think, so that way you guys can, if you want to do anything to try to see who's behind that, feel free. I appreciate the views, guys, and check out this game. So, I want to remind you guys that when you're streaming, before I go, I want to remind you guys that the way this works is that we're not necessarily talking about hacking like a conventional way of hacking. You know, like, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about, like, backdoors and stuff like that. We're talking about knowing how to trick YouTube system. You know, just like I showed you where this person reverse engineers the scammy parts of YouTube systems, where YouTube employees don't do things, don't handle things. So all it takes is enough emails from scam email addresses to know how YouTube does things this many times in a row, that this person can get YouTube to do what they want to do. Does that make sense? So, like, if I remember a while ago there was a thing where if all they had to do was report a stream enough times, and it would cause this. I sure as hell hope that's not still the case. If that's still the case, that is blatantly gonna go to court. There's no question. Because you can't just implicitly shift somebody's bitrate around and ruin their trending just because some fucking trolls reported a damn stream. I mean, this is what the internet is. I mean, like, Jesus, when you work fast food, how many people come through the drive-thru after getting 4 items and go, huh, 420, huh, duh, and then take 30 extra seconds laughing and then you gotta be like, you gotta be like calm about it and not be irritated that, like, there's an entire drive-thru waiting for them to sit there and laugh about the fact that their items added up to fucking 420 and now I can't get them to finish their order or whatever it is that they're doing. They're still sitting there. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, this person, they're using something that they know that there's like some sort of thing that they know that they're using that's just not true, that they're saying is. That's what's happening. I guarantee it. That is literally what's happening. Let me just see something here. Why does this look funny? I was trying to figure this out when I first started this too. Do the colors, like, do the colors look off? Here, let me see something. No, there's a difference with my monitors, obviously. So that's why, like, sometimes colors look off. But now I'm noticing that there's no shadow behind BEHEMOTH. And there should be. So I apologize if people couldn't see the game properly and I'm just realizing it. My screen was kind of small, so hold on, let me see if I can. I mean, I noticed it was different, I just really didn't think that. Oh no, it seems fine. So that's the way it should look. Okay, that's fine. It just doesn't show the shadow on this screen. I wonder why it's doing that. That's trash. Yeah, there's a shadow under BEHEMOTH. It's not showing it. Can you guys see it? Oh yeah, you can. You guys can see it. Never mind. It's just my other fucking monitor's trash. Are these bitrate attackers hacking your monitor or attacking your monitor? Bitrate hackers attacking your monitor. No, so the funny thing is, it's funny you should say that. Like, obviously, there's monitor issues here and there, for people over the years, but no, I mean, bitrate hackers attacking a monitor. I don't understand how you would. That's not really how things work, really, per se. I mean, I guess you could. See, here's the problem. I know how to theorize things. So the problem is, because I think like a scientist, I can sit here, because I've built computers my whole life, and I'm really smart with that, and I'm a scientist too, like that's the way I think. Not really a scientist, but I think like that. I can literally sit here and theorize, well, technically speaking, if you really wanted to, this is how you could do it, but you'd have to do this, and I don't know if it would work. And I've done that. I've sit here and I've done that, and then it happens to me. Like, some stupid thing happens to me where I'm like, well, damn. I guess I shouldn't have frickin' said that on stream. Where it's, like, obvious that, these people were only able to figure out what they were able to figure out because I suggested it. So just reverse engineering. So are they attacking my monitor? Do I have fiber optic? No. Why would I have fiber optic? Fiber optic? For my monitor? You mean for sound? Fiber optic. It's DisplayPort. I mean, I think most people are on DisplayPort now, right? Most people's monitors are on DisplayPort. Oh yeah. Do you have theories about the hackers and the motive? Oh yeah. So basically, my theory here. So again, remember that whatever I say, they're gonna jump all over this and love this. So they're loving that I'm saying this stuff right now. But fiber optic is for Wi-Fi, not for monitors. Well, no, because Wi-Fi is wireless. See now you're saying it wrong. Fiber optic is for internet. No, fiber optic cable actually is for audio, and it's used typically in surround sounds. But I understand what you were asking. No, I am not. There's no. It's all cables. There is no wireless anything. None of this is wireless. None of it. None of it's wireless. And no devices are connected to my network that, you know, outside of the ones that I'm aware of. Absolutely none. I got hold of that shit years ago. When I got a new router years ago, I got hold of that shit. I locked anybody out that would have known the old credentials, and I did all kinds of stuff. Knew everything. I even renamed the fucking network. Like, literally, I changed everything I could. Yeah, again, this is from an expert, and this was way back, like, this, like, first day type shit. I was doing that stuff, like, daily, where I was starting to change shit daily like that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know what fiber optic is. That's what I was saying. Fiber optic is internet, not necessarily Wi-Fi per se. Because again, if you say fiber optic is for Wi-Fi, I guess what you're saying is it's for internet. But yeah, Wi-Fi is wireless connections. So it's not really for Wi-Fi; it's for internet. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I know what fiber optic is. I do not have fiber optic, but again, my download speed as of what you saw, like you guys saw, as of 2 nights ago when this was happening, my download speed was 785, and my upload was 40. It was 39.82. That is more than enough. Again, all of the icons, browsing, gaming, streaming, social media icons, have all of the green dots all the way filled, which means you can do anything at the max. Literally, your fucking internet is like, holy shit. So again, I could probably run 4 streams simultaneously with that speed at the bit rate that I'm using because of the efficiency of that. So it's not my internet. Yes. So what you have to understand is that there's only so much I can do. And I have a team of people investigating this. But, they're working on their various things. Everything's backlogged, and a lot of people are being attacked. So it's not just me. And, while this is a very serious issue and I'm being prevented from having a further channel and ever even having monetization whatsoever, I have all my watch time hours. I've had them for over a year for Super Chats. And I'm over 1,000 subscribers. YouTube has never given this to me. I have the emails to prove it. They don't give it to me. They ignore the emails that ask about it. They just flat out don't answer it. They will literally say endlessly for me to fill out some form that I fill out, and nothing happens. So there is no question in my mind that this is partially YouTube, not like just literally just enabling it, not doing anything. Because again, every time I report it, it gets worse. I report it to YouTube, it gets worse. Flat out, I report it to YouTube, it gets worse. I've been reporting this every night that it happens. Tonight's the exception. Because, this is the point. Like, I report it, it gets worse. So tonight I don't report it, it probably stops tomorrow or the next day. That's what you have to realize. Like, I've found that if I don't report things, they go away sooner. That's what I've realized. If I report stuff to YouTube, it actually feels like it exacerbates it. So, all the investigation, the whole investigation that I've done, I have talked about this several times. You guys can go watch. I have several streams where I talked about this one specifically that says an intelligent conversation about what's going on in my channel or something like that. Or an intelligent conversation about my channel or something like that. It's something like that. Where I actually tried to intelligently talk about what was happening. Instead of, just sort of trolling about it. Because there's a lot of different things happening. And there are a lot of reasons that that bitrate can shift around and can happen like this. But I assure you, if it's every night, 5 nights in a row at the same time, YouTube's doing it on purpose. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's it. Period. End of discussion. 5 nights in a row, at the exact same time it went down every night prior, and it goes down until the wee hours of the morning. The same time in the morning it comes back. I have my answer. That is YouTube. That is flat out their platform not being moderated for that amount of time. Them taking me off moderation for that amount of time. Whatever it is they're doing to enable it for that amount of time for my channel. And I think they are. I think it's on purpose. Like I said, I think this is a way for them to, essentially have people get attacked and people get canceled. If I could count the number of times YouTube very clearly, or also the person doing this very clearly orchestrated something carefully but obviously that revealed personal information somehow by accident, but not a lot, not like a lot or anything, but obviously I don't want to say too much, but enough, like just small bits here and there, and it was sort of started to be obvious once it started happening more. And you see how malicious my bitrate is, like 1,000, 2,000. No, this is very telling. The attackers could be working with your ISP. That is absolutely possible. I feel like I've determined this about AT&T, where AT&T is sort of doing it on purpose to some people, because that's my cell provider, and I know a lot of people have been reporting AT&T going down and stuff like that. I have done enough tests to know that AT&T is not going down. It's a scam. Somebody's scamming that. And as soon as I proved how, they broke the feature that allowed me to prove how, just like YouTube does. Just like YouTube, where it took away my ability to start being able to prove it was happening. This is why my phone has a constant connection to my data. So even if I turn my data off on my phone, I turn it off in settings, I turn the button off at the top, I get text messages and I get phone calls. Even though it shouldn't say even AT&T at the top, it should say emergency calls only or no service. But it doesn't, it says AT&T. And I get phone calls and I get text messages while my data's turned off. Yet it intermittently goes out when it feels like it. No. Somebody has a constant connection so they can fucking do that, okay? So, somebody has a constant connection remotely. They are using cloning tools, is what I have figured out. They are getting a device similar to yours and logging in with your credentials. And then, while you're streaming, they just sort of start streaming. Or whatever it is they do. And it just flags the system. You're streaming in 2 different places. Boom. Dead. Done. Dead as a doornail. System ends it. And again, if some real person looked at that, they'd be like, wow. Immediately realize what's wrong. But, automated system. But that's just one theory. That's just one example. And now you see what that does. The point is, I've offered that theory. Now it makes it possible. So just like, and while that could be happening, now it's definitely going to happen. So this is the dangerous part too about talking about it, where I don't necessarily want to sit here, and I try to make it difficult to figure out what I'm saying on purpose, and flat out troll certain channels that I think might
actually these people that are doing this are trying to get to and attack. Because sometimes, I'll be honest, I see even professionals in the field, I've seen them be foolish. I've seen them think they know everything. And they'll make a really dumb mistake. I've seen them do it. I've seen even pen testers that do the whole live streaming thing where they're pissing off scammers and stuff. I've seen them live stream make mistakes all the time. All the time. And then the next day they sit and pretend like they didn't. Because that's what you do. So, you know, the whole point is, you know, you get them off the scent. You don't sit here and talk about it. So I'm trying to do the best that I can, guys. I really am. But, you know, the more we get into me getting traffic on the channel, the more this is going to happen. Where that's why my views say 43. You know, they're doing this to control traffic. You know, my peak concurrence on this stream, my peak concurrence are 1,754. Yet they've counted 43 views on the entire stream. That's because the bit rate has been shifting around so fucking maliciously, the system can't count the views. This person has been doing this because they know that this is what's doing it. That's why they're doing it. So all YouTube has to do is stop doing this. But they won't. Even though knowing it's not counting views properly. And, you know, again, I can sue for that. It is fraud. You're consistently not counting views properly. And consistently, very obviously, I have to make comments where you guys see I'll make a comment, the views freeze. Yeah, I just finished streaming something. Why the fuck wouldn't it gain views? It doesn't make any sense. Yet it's always those streams that are still processing or haven't even started. They just archive it. It's supposed to be processing while you're streaming. Well, the point is that the bitrate's so fucking maliciously low. How's it going to do that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I mean, you know, like, what you have to realize is that the more you sit here and the more you do that, where, you know, we sit here and we talk about how much we don't know who it is and stuff like that, that's further justification for the person to do it. Okay, so again, you don't want to be doing that. You don't want to talk about it. The less is more, okay? So this is why, like, I have to talk about it as little as possible. But again, when I was just calmly talking about this stuff a while back, when I would just calmly, YouTube wouldn't promote the stream. It would just be no views, no views. Views would halt. You wouldn't see anything on it. And nothing would happen. My bitrate would shift around. Everybody would cycle out of the stream. And again, nobody would see what I was talking about this person doing this thing. And so I just started calling YouTube out on live streams. I started calling their bullshit out, where YouTube wasn't fixing this, and YouTube wasn't fixing this, and YouTube wasn't fixing this. And slowly but surely, all YouTube started doing was shifting my bitrate around. Every time I call something out and I'm just on stream bitching about shit that's going wrong on YouTube, they're just shifting my bitrate around so that people can't hear what I'm saying. That's it. And the whole time, it's literally just fucking YouTube. So what you have to realize is that YouTube, and I've said this from the beginning, YouTube subcontracts. People don't work at YouTube. There is no such thing anymore. The Office, like, I'd be surprised if it ever opened. Those fucking people are so goddamn lazy. This is what you have to realize. These motherfuckers are sitting at home on their couches, fixing your streams when they get to it. You know, in between their other side jobs they're running. Hacking people and causing problems for streamers they don't like. This is the point. They have all this free time to do whatever they want. It's unchecked. They are at home. Nobody can see what they're doing. They can just be at home illegally. You realize that YouTube employees, like, if you're considered a YouTube employee, you're like, you have credentials to have access to people's accounts. You realize that, right? So now you have access. Let's say you have access to my account and you're a YouTube employee, right? You have the credentials to have access to be in my account. You're in my account. It means you're logged into it. Okay? And you have a direct access into YouTube's server. Okay? Because again, you have to be logged in without being logged in. You can't have my credentials. You got to be logged in without being logged in. So you're literally in YouTube's system. At your home. On your shit network. With all your dumb fucking neighbors that steal your internet, and you're too stupid with your Wi-Fi to know that you got some fucking 5G hidden Wi-Fi connection that some asshole is connected to, and downloading all your shit and hacking into that shit, because you have no idea that you got this 5 gigahertz connection on your router that you need to disable, that you never even use for anything. That's literally just used by the tech guy when he comes and does a fucking router update. The very few times that you have to call because you don't know how to do your router update. You know that thing that happens where your router stops working every once in a while and you're too fucking stupid to figure out why, and you gotta call the technician to come? Do you know what he does? He literally installs a router update. You're too fucking stupid to install a router update. That's literally all this is what these technicians do. They're not technicians. They're fucking stupid. They don't know what the fuck that's the problem. They literally don't ever have anyone smart come out. And so this is the point. They don't recognize problems. They literally will just do an update. It'll fix yada yada yada. It's not like they're actually doing anything. So you call your ISP, they come out. These fuckers don't do anything. They're not the smart people. So anyway, not usually. And so anyway, you have to realize that while you're at home and somebody would be subcontracted to be logged into YouTube servers and logged into your thing, all this traffic's going around. Who the hell knows who's hacking that person regularly, where that person is dumb with their info, dumb with their passwords, dumb with their home computer, dumb with their home network, dumb with all of their neighbors that have these all these unprotected networks around them too, and just all the possible breaches that you could think of. The fact that this person probably has multiple fucking phones, tablets, PCs, all kinds of listening devices, TVs, all kinds of shit, where this idiot that works at YouTube is exposing me every single time, because all they're doing is going in and saying, oh, he's complaining again, when it's his fault or something like that, and they're not accepting that this person's actually doing it. And so they're not actually fixing anything, clearing the web cache like they should, because this person's just flooding this fucking shit with data, like I've always said. And then they're not locking them out of it. They're not getting a smart person to look at who, like, to look at all these people's devices. Then there's no checks and balances. These people should have to check in once in a while, and their devices need to be cleaned and inspected. That's what needs to happen. Watch the likes. Look at the likes. Suddenly the likes are coming off. Now that I have a solution. Just literally took off 2 likes immediately as soon as I said that. Look, the likes are coming off now. Yeah. Like, literally, it's so obvious to me. Because this motherfucker sits here and uses things. Like, he starts getting all scared and trying to detrend the stream as soon as I hit the nail on the head, you know? Oh, it'll just spread to there then. If I move somewhere else, it spreads to that platform. Because again, stupid people are just stupid people. The problem is the orange man in charge. The problem is the orange man in charge. The problem is the orange man making everybody fucking stupid. No, seriously. This is a real thing. Like, this last... There's this place that I worked where everybody there quite literally was a Trump voter. And all they ever did was follow everybody around that wasn't a Trump voter and watch them like a hawk and spend all their time trying to convince everybody of everything that the non-Trump voters were doing that were bad things, that were against the rules. Like if it wasn't one thing, it was another. I shit you not. It was non-fucking stop. And then meanwhile, every single one of them had a pretty glaring problem that I blatantly tried not to say anything about. Like, tried really hard to have a heart about. And each one of them had to like one of them would literally have trip hazards. The moment this person came into work, her job was to put everything on the floor and make sure that you can't walk anywhere. And it actually did cause somebody to trip and fall before. Like, it literally did. And all the time it was like a trip hazard, like literally just like shit just everywhere. And this is how this person worked. They just literally cannot work. Like, listen, man, I don't care what you do in your own space at home, but if you're preparing food, if you're doing a job, whatever it is you're doing, where you're doing it for somebody else, now you need to respect other people's space. And you're not doing that. So, like, that's just one problem with that person. And like, that person could never see it. Ever. And it's like, so, like, the whole point is, as soon as you talk about that, then 20 minutes later, you see that person whispering to somebody else about you. And now there's, like, private conversations, and now they're just endlessly talking about you behind your back. Well, meanwhile, you went straight to that person and were direct with that person, but this person's just going behind your back and talking about, you know. This is Trump people. And then when they have a group of them, then they'll shout. Then they'll be all loud. But otherwise, they're not direct. Or when they're behind a keyboard, mashing an emoji button. Then they're not scared. that's quite the comment, dude. Like, who is this person? That's quite the comment. I enjoy that comment. That was pretty funny. You've got an old channel, so that's not. That's, yeah, you could, if you're not a streamer, you could probably make a living. I think I already did, but it's an ongoing thing, so there'll be more, but the Cheeto Hitler truly is evil. Yes, he is. That is such a great comment. I'm gonna pin. Can I pin that? I'm gonna pin that. I like that. It's great. It's a pretty great comment. Now, I'm not trying to be unreasonable with anybody that legitimately knows what they're talking about. It's really just the trolls that would actually think that I wouldn't. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people that think that stuff, but they're not gonna say it in chat because they already know. They're like, well, I don't know everything, so if I say that, like, it's gonna sound stupid. Yes, thank you. You know what I mean? Like, most people are gonna rationalize that in their head before they, you know, like that's the point. Oh, no, that's okay. You're good. You haven't said anything dumb. Like, that's kind of funny how, like, you haven't said anything dumb, like, the whole time. And how, like, this is just regular for other people. It's kind of amazing how I can have this interaction with some people where somebody can just, like, seemingly just never say anything that sounds stupid. Or if you do, it's funny and not, you know, like, just cringe, like, unintelligent bullshit. It's damaging your mental health dealing with MAGA idiots. That's a pretty common, commonplace thing, I think. It's pretty commonplace, I think. I don't think you're alone. A lot of what I do is an act, but it's pretty method. So it's gonna be as real as I can make it sound or seem without being real, obviously. So, I mean, yeah, like, that's the whole point. Like, when I'm irritated, I'm just gonna get up. Like, alright, like, that last Elden Ring stream when obviously some fuckery was going on there. I was done with that. I just got the fuck off stream. You saw that. But, like, you know, a lot of times, you know, it's like a calculated decision. Am I gonna method? Do I feel like do I have the energy for this today, or do I just not feel like? So, but the whole point is that everybody is watching, and a lot of people are seeing, and it is documented. It's right here, and we can learn things from these interactions, from the things that are going on. So, but as far as MAGA damaging to mental health, you're not alone, and that'll be coming. We'll get into that at some point. We have these intelligent conversations on the channel that we do. And we talk about him a lot. And there's definitely some brain stuff coming. Among has bothered you recently. Trump idiots stole my patio chairs to torment me because I destroyed their arguments on Facebook. Fake idiot stalker, children falling a orange moron. Yeah. Yep, that's basically the gist of it, where this guy doesn't like me. Like, this whole community of people don't like me because I don't agree with Trump. Like, that's literally all it is. It's just a group of fucking retards. Yes. Just as you're describing. That's exactly what it is. It's literally just a cult. And that's what they do. Yeah. They show up to attack you. They implicitly follow the leader. And they aren't wrong. You know, they're so justified. You know, it's good. It's not harassment. It's just trolling, you know. It's like, no, it's anything that's beyond one time is harassment. You know, like even like unsavory messages, you know, like I was just reading online more recently, people are even starting to say that they're starting to consider any message after the point of somebody ghosting you, like where you know that person isn't answering you on purpose, you shouldn't message them anymore, you know? So like that's kind of common sense, and you know, that's the right and wrong of it, where people don't know right and wrong anymore and are being taught wrong, like being raised on the internet and brought up into these online forums and being led by these toxic creators. And it's not good. You know, the whole point is that they need a better example. And I think parents think that that's not the person that's swearing and stuff like that. I don't think swearing's the problem, and I think you have to realize that. Somebody that is swearing and stuff like that, that's not really that contagious to somebody that doesn't like it. So, like, if that person was likely to swear, they're probably going to do it, or it's not going to necessarily affect them, you know, on an emotional level. Because, you know, like, they've already kind of accepted it, or they're going to do it, or they're not going to do it. You get what I'm saying? You wouldn't really sit there and watch it if you didn't like it anyway, so... You know what I mean? So it's not influencing. It's quite literally, by definition, not. Because you just wouldn't watch it if you didn't like the swearing. So thus, choose not to be influenced. And likewise can be said by any medium, any culture where people want to blame music or blame a game or blame that. No. You can turn it off. If you can turn it off, it is not harassing you. You have chosen to be harassed. You have chosen to listen to the song that is very depressing over and over and over and over to the point that it affects you. That's your problem then. You know, you made yourself sick with that thing. You'll be like, it's no different than if you grabbed a giant tub of icing at the store and ate from it. You know, we all want to do that from time to time. You have those days you want to go and you get your giant tub of icing, right? You just want to eat some freaking icing, right? Right? Like, who doesn't like that shit? But you can't. It's like, oh my god, it's pure sugar. You can't do that, you know? I wish somebody would have told me that when I was younger with saltwater taffy. I didn't know that about... When I was younger, I literally would just bite right into that shit. That's what I did to my teeth when I was younger. I didn't know certain things I wasn't supposed to... Like I'm being legit. That's literally what I've rationalized that. That's how I broke the crowns. I rationalized, because it was my crowns that broke. I had a bunch of crowns. And once you break crowns, there's nothing left to cement it to. So anyway, I rationalized that, like, nobody told me those things. There's just certain things. I would eat... There's, like, you know these hard pretzels that are, like, little barrels almost. They're like little rounds, kind of. They're really bad for your teeth because they're small, so it's less surface area, so it's like really dense for your tooth to bite into, and then it's hard, and it has salt attached to it. If you know what salt does, so like it just has a natural breaking down component to it. So just all of that put together, I would eat these huge containers of it, and just subconsciously not really thinking about it. And then saltwater taffy too, just biting into it immediately without sucking on it, without loosening it, without actually like treating it like hard candy like it is. Saltwater taffy's hard candy; it shouldn't be chewed. And I didn't know that. So, things like that. This is what happens to America, where just, you know, people think wrong things for too long. Well, I didn't have the internet back then, you know? Couldn't just ask Gemini. Yeah. Sounds good. Appreciate the chat. You can check out the Intelligent Conversation streams if you want to hear some stuff about Trump. That's where we talk about that stuff a lot of times. But I try to stay more on point, not so you know, pointing the finger on that stuff. So feel free to check it out if you want to hear what we talked about so far. Thanks for joining us. Like I said, guys, I'm just gonna leave this up now. I wasn't going to, but I think now I will, because I'm just tired of YouTube's crap. I want you guys to realize too that processing is a push of a button. So this is why they took the revert to original from me, because like somebody's screwing around with this where like basically I can prove that this is the push of a button, and it has been, and they're trying to take that from me so I can't prove it anymore. Like, it really was instantly processing a stream that would just take all day and fail. And then on that third try, it would just instantly process the stream. That's the point. I was sort of slowly starting to prove that YouTube isn't really doing anything to process your streams either. All this shit with processing, that it has to, like, all this pretend shit, and it's nothing. It's literally nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Somebody checks a box, and it's okay. Processed. It's literally what they do. They literally check a box and then hit a button. That's it. That's why all this is happening. because they don't want to simply fucking check the box. They've unchecked the boxes. That's what they've done. Somebody has gone in and unchecked a bunch of boxes in my account. That's literally all they do. They go in. This is what they do. They fuck around with people. They have features that they allow or don't allow. So they just go in and uncheck a bunch of features from my fucking account. That's all they're doing. They're just going in and unchecking a bunch of features. So it doesn't fucking work. That's it. So that's what we're talking about here, and that's why, you know, you would, like, sometimes, like me, see a process fails after 8 hours. Really? It failed to process, and it was doing nothing for 8 hours. And then it does it a second time. 16 hours later, you're now hitting that button a third time. And remember, this button they took away. This is the button they took away now. It's not there anymore. You can't do this anymore. But then the third time I hit this button, instantly, this entire stream processes. And this is what it failed to do 2 times prior, and this is after 16 hours of it failing 2 times prior. And now I hit the button and I watch it. I literally see it happen. As soon as I hit the button a third time, like a snap of a finger, it instantly processes the entire stream. Almost like it was, they just took it away. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how YouTube is intentionally damaging my channel. We're not talking about anything from my end of things. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about the fact that, just like this person in chat was saying, Amethyst Penguin being attacked by people that just agree with Trump, just because you would disagree with that, being attacked for it. And that's what's happening. YouTube is attacking me because I talk about Trump negatively. And quite frankly, prove it too. Because there's no more proof than, again, everything I've always said, where you just immediately rule out the fact that anybody immediately proves to the general public they are completely devoid of logic if they actually believe an ad on TV that says stop the steal. It's not based on any evidence. They're so fucking stupid that they show up to Washington, D.C. They think this is legal. They think they can do this. They can just kill police, destroy things, and show up like they did. And this is supposedly legal. No. Anybody that uses that justification is a fucking child. They're stupid. And you call them stupid because they're doing it on purpose. It's on purpose. That's why you insult these people. They deserve it. They deserve to be called fucking stupid. Because it's on purpose. They're using it. They want anarchy. They want to hurt police. They want to hurt people in general. And they're especially angry at government people. So they show up. And yeah, to be honest, that crowd compared to the rest of the country is very small. It's just like maybe like a couple thousand. Just over 1,000, I think, in the immediate vicinity, right? You could rationalize probably more than that, a little bit more than that. It's really not that many in the grand scheme of things, as far as voters are concerned. Yet, all those people showed up in that one spot to show exactly who they were. So, you want to know why I'm having problems? Because people are harassing me from the January 6th riot protests. And the people that are investigating those people are aware that these people are harassing me from the January 6th protests. And these people are being followed and investigated and tracked. That's it. They're literally in here, constantly harassing me. The FBI is fully aware of it. So again, while Trump did sign a something excusing them for their crimes that day, that does not mean that they can just do illegal shit. It does not mean they can just commit further crimes. And if they are, will be investigated. They covered this in Congress. They've already talked about this. Patel actually agreed with that. That of course people are, of course that's not the case. They can't. Even Trump's people can't. No. That would be something that they're not going to do that. That would make them look bad. They can't do that. They shouldn't do that. Because just further abuse of power in a place where they're already abusing power. So it's just, they're just not going to do that. So yeah, that's the consensus, is that these folks are, and that's why the Democrats asked that in Congress and asked that of him, because the whole point is they are seeing that. Our representatives are seeing that. That's why they're asking that, because they're seeing people being attacked. So they're asking Patel about it. Okay, so are you ordering attacks? You know. Or excusing people, you know, or you know, extending this this thing to excuse people from committing crimes, you know, after the fact. Like no, of course not. You know, like that's not the point. It's not what this is for. It's not what that was for. It was just for that day. And even that made him look really bad. Like, he shouldn't have even done that. So, but he's trying not to tick off too much of his base, you know what I mean? So, yeah. That's it. And, yeah, YouTube's just sitting here hitting a button. Like I said, they're unchecking boxes and stuff. So, I'm gonna leave it open, and I'm gonna let you guys poke and prod if some of you want to. I don't have any indicators from my end of things. Do what you want. I truthfully don't care. Just like, the point is, like, there's nothing I have that indicates anything from my end. Like I said, initially when I started streaming on this system, I had a hack that Bitdefender indicated shitloads of times, over and over and over and over and over, from Prism Live Studio. So, here's what's happening. With that, what they're doing is, because they know what virus software you use, they're causing conflictions for that virus software on purpose.
So really what it is it's not really a hack. They're fucking up your virus software and causing your virus software to fuck up all your shit and essentially act as a catalyst to fuck up your system. So they don't have to use virus softwares anymore. They expose weaknesses in the actual that virus software itself. So that's the point. Like, that's why a lot of people that would seemingly be dumb and not have virus software actually aren't experiencing what I'm experiencing, because the whole point is they've been doing this tactic where they're just using virus softwares lately to cause problems for people. So, and it's kind of funny because I've already taken notes on, like, this is something that we just haven't gotten to yet. This is that's what that was. That's all that was. That was that. And then the virus software won't let you launch the software anymore because the software conflicts with the virus software. It just thinks it thinks it's not actually malicious. It just thinks that it is. It's just confusing it. But either way, I can't launch Prism Studio any longer from... If I could, it would probably fix a lot of it. But I can't launch that software any longer from Windows 11. Ever since... and again, like, that was like right away. But Windows 11's trash. It was trash from day one. Why, why is it that, why is it that Windows 11, like, again, Windows already ran huge amount of tasks in the background, but it just gets worse every version. And, like, why is it that randomly at any given time I'll bring up my task manager to find completely useless services running that I don't use, that serve zero purpose to me whatsoever, that I have closed multiple times, can't disable. I've tried very hard to like just all this stupid shit, and it's all Microsoft. Like, just some stupid ass fucking Microsoft Office dumb fucking shit. I don't even have Office, but Windows 11 tries to sell you Office. So it comes with this trial, tries to get you to use it. And what they don't, here's how they hook you. They don't tell you that WordPad doesn't come with Windows 11. So when you instinctually go to use WordPad and it's not there, you accidentally open, you got it, they get you, and it just automatically, it just does the free trial. Look, you get a free trial. It's just like, oh, so you do it, and then it forever fucking loads that goddamn shit. So now, again, Windows 11 doesn't have WordPad. Period. They got rid of it. So goddamn stupid. So you got the free option. Again, Microsoft Word is not an option anymore. Every time Microsoft keeps releasing new software, it gets worse. It was good. Office used to be good. Now this shit just gets worse.
Like, they're just like, oh yeah, but we have new features and shit. No, it was fine. Do you remember Word 2000? That shit was fine. How many fucking features do you need in a software that fucking prints words on a goddamn page? It's black on white. It's literally text on a fucking screen. So anyway, this thing never works. It just never works. Windows 11 it's just trash, man. I'm sure plenty of people are on it already, because you gotta be. Gotta be now. It's trash. Oh yeah. So, they're spying on you too. Like Microsoft uses AI to like figure out what your mannerisms are with your OS. Like, I have no doubt about that. So, like, no lie, this fucking trash. Windows 11 is so trash. You try to boot the system, and it has this fucking screen. You know the splash screen that comes up before your login? You know, it's like a clock, and you know, maybe you have the thing that fetches the background, or maybe you have just like a default. But you know, like, it's clock, it's you know, it's just a splash screen, right? Windows 11, this splash screen is like, it's cooked, man. It's done. This thing is so fucking done. You know, it was on 400 fucking degrees in convection. You know, it's I try to click this thing, and I'm just mashing the fucking button, and the thing's just not, like, I don't know how many times I gotta fucking hit the keyboard or hit the mouse button, but that splash screen ain't going anywhere, and I can't even fucking log in. Like, I literally, like, what's the point of an instant boot? You have this instant boot, and then your piece of fucking trash splash screen literally freezes, and I'm sitting here mashing the fucking mouse button over and over and over and over, and it's just never going anywhere. I hit the keyboard, doesn't do anything. What a fucking piece of trash. And then, you know, finally, after just like a minute of doing that, it eventually just works. What a joke. So that's the point. The point is that I'm clearly being harassed by Microsoft, by Trump, by YouTube, by any of this rich behavior, this mentality where these people do know what's going on. These folks have started doing this, and they're shutting people up. They're trying to shut them up. They're talking about the shit they're doing, or they're not fixing the problems. They're trying to bury them. So, the Xbox Series X, hardware-wise, that system was great. But somebody fucked up the software. Like, that software is garbage. Because, again, Microsoft has vulnerabilities. It's trash. Everybody's like, oh, because everybody's on it. Everybody's on it. It's so popular, everybody's on it. If that's the reason, then shut the fuck up. Because Linux needs to stand up then, if that's the reason. Stop trying to say that's the reason. You're literally sitting here saying that's the reason while hacking from a Linux system? No. Idiot. Microsoft is trash. Windows is trash. If I can sit here and endlessly breach the other system with the other system, guess which one's better? Fuck. Linux was always better. The whole point is that it's not user-friendly. Anyway, the whole point is Series X is the first example of like real obvious harassment that I had, where you could see I was trying to promote a product that worked great. I knew it worked great. I'd used it for years. And all of a sudden, seemingly as I'm trying to talk about it and talk good about it, and I know this is a niche because nobody else is, it starts breaking and all these things start happening. Almost like the stuff everybody's complaining about. But again, remember, I'm recognizing that it already was fine for X amount of time. But all of a sudden when I start streaming, it's not. And it only did this stuff after I was streaming. Not when I was just normally, like, again, I had used this for a solid, I'd say, year maybe, probably even longer, before streaming, and then just bam, 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 one after another, just like anything else that happens just because I stream. So they're attacking software, and they can hack consoles now. They can. But it, you know, the whole point is they're not doing it in the same way. They're doing it to make it seem like a glitch. And everybody's so stupid with this. They just see it as glitches. They still can't learn this is the new hack. This is it. You're all fools. And you're being manipulated by the people doing it, where they had a stupid investment and they want to kill it. So they actually hire hackers to hack all the people that bought. And remember, they have their data because you bought it from them and you registered it to them. So they just give your data to these people that hack you and cause all these problems. And it's literally them. And the cycle repeats itself. And it's literally rich people creating a scam out of the fact that they sold a shit product. They didn't want to fix it. It would cost a lot of money, so they just want to tank it and move on. And that's the Series X. That's the Xbox Anywhere. This is why Xbox is done, and they're cooked. They don't have a solid console. You're calling it Xbox, but you don't even have a solid console because you tanked the Series X. And all while seemingly I was the only one sticking up for it. Remember I was remote streaming? I was one of the only ones that could do it because I was a beta tester. And people were like, I didn't even know you could do that. And I was proving how powerful that system was. I could literally, with fucking Bluetooth, at my bitrate, wirelessly stream remotely from my Series X through my video card. I was doing this with Elden Ring. Until again I started getting all this trending, and then conveniently problem after problem. First it started with black screens, where the stream software would just start showing a black screen and not showing the game. Or just go to a black, and I'd have to endlessly like refresh it and just like stop the game, turn around, refresh, turn around. And I started picking up on the fact that this person was just slowly but surely learning how to break it. And then I eventually switched to completely disconnecting, where it would endlessly disconnect. It would never connect anymore. I would try to connect it and it would just disconnect. It would work fine if it was actually working, but then it wouldn't work. It would just never connect. So this is how they figured out how to do those connection issues. Right there. That. And so that was the beginnings of that, where I very clearly was showing that the Series X looked fantastic, phenomenal. Like, played Elden Ring flawlessly, didn't skip a beat. And then the whole point was one thing after another, where you could see the software was being attacked. Literally just not the hardware at all. Nothing about any of this hardware ever goes wrong. Ever. You know, it never boils down to the hardware, oh, you need a new this or that. No, it's Microsoft stopping support for the hardware. Oh, we're fucking lazy, so we're not gonna offer support now for this line of, that exact type of memory stick that's in that particular Series X. So therefore now that Series X runs like fucking garbage or whatever. You know, like, that's what you have to realize. Like, this is what Microsoft does. And this is why they started causing problems for me. I get almost no views on anything that I talk about that has to do with this type of thing. And remember the Riot Games thing? I was ahead of the Riot Games thing too. By like a year. Yeah, I called that shit like way ahead. And I made a short about it trying to tell people and get people aware of the issue. And they buried it. Remember, my shorts used to get like thousands. And so they figured out how to sit here and trick the algorithm to bury my shorts. That was how it started slowly happening. My shorts would get so fucking many views. And then just all of a sudden overnight they didn't. And it started with that, where I was trying to, expose Riot Games for the malware they are, for what they did. And I was showing the evidence of it in the short, and then the short got like 17 views. When prior to that, again, my thumbnails, or my shorts would get like thousands, And this is what I talked about, where I even had all these cooking things that I did, where I'd upload a short. I was plating a filet mignon that I made, and instantly, within like the first hour or two, I think, it got over 8,000 views. And then they just halted the progress. And it's been halted ever since. If you look at it right now, it says the same fucking view count that it has said since those couple of years ago that I posted that video. Just like all the other stuff, where it just gets the view count that it got in the first however, and they lie about it. Just like the views on this, where my bitrate shifts around maliciously and the views aren't being counted. Well, it's not why the views aren't being counted necessarily, but it could be. But, the whole point is, maybe they're fixing that. Maybe YouTube is trying to fix the views, and then this person goes behind them and does something else. Like I've said, like they start shifting the bitrate around now. So now that causes a problem for the views again. A lot has happened, a lot. Too much. And that's why we're documenting, and that's why I have more people looking at this. I don't dox people. I don't really call people out by name unless they deserve it. But I definitely don't dox people. And so, like, the point is, all this stuff that's happening to me I don't go out of my way to do any of this. I've never done that. I don't waste my time in other people's chats. You know, it's kind of funny, though, when I see Democrats talking on a live chat on YouTube, and there's all these people watching, and it's a Democrat talking on a live stream. All of a sudden, I see a fucking shitload of Trump bots immediately. So, that should tell you all you need to know about the seriousness of what's going on this platform. Where, again, the Democrat talks, and you would think they would get support. But no, the Democrat talks and just MAGA's freaking out. Trump 2028! And dumb shit like that. You know, just stupid fucking shit like they always do. Not saying anything credible, not saying what he's supposedly doing. Just that. And then, you know, like, again, when the Democrats talking. This is what I see, non-stop. All over social media. Not even just on YouTube. I see it on Facebook. There is a definitive... There are many online groups, like the content creator I described to you, and like the guy, that Shirley asshole that was walking around Portland. And that's very well could be why this bitrate thing has happened, because I called that fucking piece of shit an asshole and called him out too on stream, because he's a fucking piece of shit that was walking down there in Portland and causing anarchy. Literally just had a guy in his group starting fights with people, and he's trying to pretend like he's in the right. No, you have the point is you have fucking guys like this that this is who that, and there's nothing credible. That guy doesn't have anything to fucking offer. He just goes down there and stirs shit up. At no point did he offer anything intelligent. Because there's nothing to say that's intelligent about Trump. Literally nothing. He's dividing people. He's bankrupting the country. The government's shut down. That's his own words, by the way. Trump's own words. Government shutdown makes the president look weak because he's supposed to bring people together. That is Donald Trump's own words. That shuts down anybody. Because it's Donald Trump's own words. So again, prove to me how what he's doing, that you have anything credible to say. The guy's a fucking retard. Trying to bury the biggest scandal in U.S. history. All while trying to overthrow the democracy, if he can. And you're sitting, you're actually, and that's the point. This Shirley guy, he organizes groups. There's people all over this platform organizing groups, like this fucking Shirley guy that went to Portland. And they just organize online YouTube groups. He has almost 1 million subscribers. And this is an organized online YouTube channel. Where just like this asshole comes into my chat and caused all those problems for me and has been following me around, harassing me. This is what they do. Harass people. And this is what he was doing. Too. And he has almost 1 million fucking subscribers. And that's exactly what he was doing. He was taking all of his channel there. He had a live chat. He was walking around Portland. He was live streaming, stirring things up. He flat out walked up to two people that were completely masked. You couldn't see their faces whatsoever. Completely masked. Like helmets. Did not want to be identified. Standing there. He walked up to them, got close, and tried to talk to them. And they literally said, "Nobody is talking to you, dude." And he kept bothering them. He just kept egging them on. At the moment that you don't walk away, again, you are harassing someone. That's harassment. You are in the wrong. They weren't there to debate him. They were there to peacefully protest, and he wanted to piss people off. So then you see this charged response from all these people. So that's what he does. He riles people up. He walks around doing stupid shit like this, riling people up. It's totally peaceful, totally fine beforehand. And then he goes around doing that. Okay? I mean, if you did the same thing to a fucking Trump rally, the same fucking bullshit would happen. If I went to a fucking Trump rally and started doing the same fucking shit, what do you think would happen? And yet that's not what's happening. Because the intelligent people going to the Trump rally are Democratic voters that are intelligent. Because they're going there trying to figure out why the fuck anybody would vote for that dumbass. And meanwhile, the other example, you see this faggot that votes for Trump. Just a cocky, arrogant prick walking around stirring shit up. That's the guy that votes for Trump. It's the truth. Because again, one, seemingly minding their own business, nice. Just interviewing people, not stirring shit up. The Democrat. Asking intelligent questions that nobody has an answer to. Asking why they vote for Trump. And then the dumb fucking idiotic lady says something stupid like, "Oh, well, you know, the Democrats, they're controlling the hurricanes and the weather, so, you know, we gotta do something about that." It was a real answer. That is a real... That actually happened. These are real examples. And then meanwhile, on the other side, you have this faggot for Trump. This Shirley guy that has almost 1 million people on YouTube. And again, this is why YouTube's doing this ever since I talked about this. This is why. Because they don't want to own up to the fact that they're promoting this. This is what they promote. This guy. He's going around just stirring shit up. He walks around with this asshole that literally walks around calling people faggots to their face. Not like what I'm doing, where I'm just sitting here doing it rhetorically. You know, just like by myself. There's nobody in front of me. He's doing it to people on the street that are protesting ICE. Walking around calling them faggots like an obvious gay person. He walked right up to an obvious gay person. That was the whole point. This guy that was with him was instigating fights. And he was like, "You look like a faggot," and stuff like that. He was like calling him that. And he's like, he was like trying to like instigate a fight. Like his words were like fighting words. Many times. Not the other way around. Not the guy minding his own business that was just standing there being called a faggot for standing there. Saying that he's gonna get his ass kicked. I'll bet you I could kick your ass. That's the kind of stuff he was saying, like stuff like that. This guy was walking around with this fucking Shirley guy, Again, this guy has almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and this faggot was going around Portland. This is the asshole stirring shit up in Portland. And you think it's the Democrats? No. It's these rich, snobby assholes. And I guarantee you that fucking Shirley guy, he's got a rich somebody that he's mooching off of for all those fucking bots and that chat and that channel and that mic and all the stuff that he has. That's the fucking point. He's not struggling. He's not dealing with what he's got. No, he just instantly rises to the top. That's the problem. So meanwhile, you're fooled by this. You're confused, and you know, you always think it's the other way around because you don't take more than fucking 2 seconds to think about anything. Meanwhile, all I have to do is have an open mind and be watching YouTube. That's it. Literally, that's it. Oh, I'm just watching YouTube, and because I have an open mind, I can figure this shit out. I can simply deduce, wow, this guy's just walking around calling people names, instigating fights. He literally just walked up to 2 people that said, we're not talking to you, and didn't walk away. That's harassment. Like, they're just, like, literally riling them up. If he didn't want to rile them up, he would have just simply walked away and moved on. Oh, okay. Sorry I bothered you. If anything, saying sorry I bothered you would make it sound like the other people were in the wrong. So like, oh, wow, I've bothered you simply walking up trying to talk to you. You see how I did that? You see how it flips it? And instead, this fucking asshole is riling them up. He's doing it wrong. He could do it right, and he's not. That's why people, you know, that's why people just respected Charlie Kirk, right? Like, that's the point. Like, he was pretty respectful, and he was a Christian, right? That was the point. Was that, like, this guy was actually, like, one of the respectful ones, for once. Because a lot of them aren't. Yeah, that I think that was kind of the point. And this is this is what we got. And meanwhile, again, when a Democrat is speaking on fucking YouTube, there's 1,000,001 bots posting about MAGA this, MAGA that in chat. Just spamming caps in chat with MAGA this, Trump 2028. And then you see people even saying about it. Oh, I see a lot of caps. I see a lot of spammers in chat. You see it. You see other people notice it too. I'm not the only one. Like, it's so blatantly, glaringly obvious, everybody sees it. Demon rats are queers, no lie. I'm sorry? What are you trying to say? Did I read that right? I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you misspelled Democrats. And that you're trying to shit talk Democrats. Why are you just implicitly calling Democrats queers? So again, there's nothing credible. Trump voters are fucking stupid because Trump doesn't have anything credible that he's done to help the country. He's done nothing but hurt the country. So again, if you have something credible to say to support Trump, fine, but there's nothing. Literally nothing. And Democrats balance the budget. Not implicit, very explicit. Well, you're getting timed out for saying queers in my chat. Listen, I realize I sit here and I call people faggots and stuff like that, but you need to understand that there are reasons for those things, and it's not unreasonable anymore after a huge group of people showed up to loot, kill, and destroy on January 6th. It's not unreasonable to say that that group of people is illogical. It is not. It is completely reasonable to say that anybody that votes that way, that would support that theory, is a moron, because they don't simply understand that supporting a president that is backed by anarchy, backed by people that loot, destroy, causes that, enables that, votes for that. And that's what's happening. That's what you get. So the fact that you clearly don't understand that, you are again just like all these other people, and that's where I will insult you, because that's what you're doing. You're just coming in here to insult people and harm people. And I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm doing it for the reason to hope that they realize that they're fucking stupid eventually, and consider the advice of somebody that's not stupid. Like finally one day they're gonna realize, wow, that this is pretty stupid, and they're gonna remember all the times that I said they were dumb, that they were stupid with this thing, and they're gonna go, okay, I get it now. And it's not gonna happen right away. So maybe some people it's happened already, but it's probably gonna be a few years. It's probably gonna take a few years, but it's gonna be a wisdom thing. You're just gonna you're gonna hit a certain age. I realize that I look like I'm younger and stuff like that. I'm 40, okay? I sound like I'm not, and I look like I get it. But I'm 40, okay? And there's just, like, there's certain understandings that you come to about certain things, okay? And you will come to that understanding, and you will realize it, too, at a certain point. You will just realize it, and you will just go, wow. You look at... There's just things that you look at differently because you've been through that in your life, because that facet of your life is done and you've moved on now. You view things differently now, and you can reflect, and yeah, you'll proceed forward differently, and not necessarily the way you did. Not that it was a mistake, but a life learning lesson, and that sort of thing. This is how wisdom occurs. So the more that the next generation has generational problems like this, where they don't listen to the wisdom from the previous generation, is actually dumb. It is stupidity. That is the definition of it. So, I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's quite literally what it is. And it's the dumbing down of a generation. And they already got fucking, you know, raised on the internet. So now the problem is they think they know everything, or that they don't need to know everything because they can find it out at a moment's notice. The problem is that exactly that, just like all these people can't figure out what's causing all these things, and I keep saying it, and they keep not listening. It's just as basic as listening to me a single time to know that I'm right. That's it. That's all it would take. But nobody is just too damn stubborn to listen to a single fucking time. So, you know, you can actually listen a single time and take that leap of faith like any human would, like human nature teaches you to. Then you learn, you progress, you evolve, you step forward. The reason you stay the same and you don't do that is because you don't take that step forward, you don't evolve, you don't change, you don't adapt, you don't accept the new information, you stay the same. That's why you stay the same. You quite literally define your own existence and then bring down everybody else around you because you stay the same. You must evolve and adapt to these things. I've had to do it. We all had to do it. I don't particularly enjoy calling things out and you know, like obviously not. But there's only so many times that I can report things to a business, 8,000 businesses, before I've started to recognize a goddamn pattern where people don't give a shit. And flat out, to the point that if you post a really good review or you post a really bad review, either one gets you harassed. Either one. That's when you know shit's fucked up. That's when you know people are stupid. When people don't fucking get it. When you get harassed. First of all, legitimate review. This shit actually happened. Like, maybe you almost died, you got food poisoning, somebody cooked some fucking raw dough that you ate for the fucking 5th time in a row because this dumb motherfucker turns the fryers down at night and then doesn't understand that you can't deep fry this shit. You gotta bake it. So he's cutting corners trying to deep fry it and cooks it at a different temperature. You're eating it wrong. This is the point. All because you don't take a step forward to realize that you didn't fucking do what you were supposed to do. All because of that. And that's oftentimes why these things happen. Because, really, truthfully, the person attacking everybody else is the person trying to avoid the thing they're supposed to be doing. Like the person attacking me. They could easily be using these talents and probably have them because they should be using them elsewhere. Yet they're attacking me. Kind of like, oh, I don't know. Kind of like when Donald Trump could just sort of not use tariffs ever. He could just do that. Like a normal fucking president does. Instead of trying to do all these things to make him sound super smart, and he just looks like a goddamn idiot at the end of the day. Like, that's all this is. Like, literally just trying to do all these really super complicated things. He wants to... Remember, he's taking all this credit for stuff Obama did. He's trying to destroy Obama's career, and Obama's super successful, and he can't take credit for this shit because the AI and the internet will tell you. So he tries to interfere with the AI, misinformation. Can't do that because you'll just find out anyway. So now he's really up shit's creek, and he's really really stretching, man. He's really fucking stretching, and he's just testing the waters. You know what I mean? Like he just says outrageous fucking shit to see how people react and gauge. You know, like, that's it. Based on your gauging your reaction, he's just like, well, I can do this or I can't do this. That's like that's a fucking dictator. That's a piece of shit without a fucking due process, without that's ridiculous. It's not democracy. That's a dumbass. And if you're going to do a shutdown for the purposes of forcing people to, come to an agreement on healthcare, and then however many weeks were we in? I don't remember. A month in, right? Whatever. A month in, maybe it was like 5 weeks. It was a little more than that. You just go, fuck it. And then literally that. Fuck it. All these people without pay, all this shit that you endured for nothing. And then all because all these pieces of shit, all these assholes that are up, that are retiring, that are trying to make money off of you going into government, just to find out they don't want to do it, voted the other way. Because again, that's what happened. Democrats that were retiring, not Democrats that actually agreed with it. We're talking about Democrats that were up for re-election or retiring. It's fucked up. Now the Republicans are just trying to save face. The Republican Party has been destroyed, and they know it. They know it. Nobody trusts them anymore. They're trying to save face. They're just endlessly blaming Democrats when they're the ones that are successful. Bill Clinton balanced the budget. He was president for 2 terms. Obama, president for 2 terms. Literally the unprecedented job growth, economic growth. And also, universal health care for the first time. Wasn't necessarily the best thing, but still got it passed. And, just all this successful stuff you could say about both these Democratic presidents. Very successful things. And then you have George W., who destroyed Iraq for no reason whatsoever. Completely ignored the fact that 9/11 happened. And then you have Trump that just literally, well, what the fuck has he ever done? Claim that he's doing good for the economy while not. Pretending to balloon stocks, which again happened because he had economic job growth from Obama when he came in office. So that was why the stock market was booming, because of Obama. And kept doing it well into his first term. You thought Trump was good because of Obama. Because you had a good president for 4 years. This is what I will never understand. How fucking stupid these retards are that don't understand that Trump's first term went smoothly for the most part because he had a smooth transition. He had a prior president that gave a shit, that actually did the job, that had surpluses. Trump doesn't have surpluses, he's got negatives. The government shuts down how fucking many times? He runs out of money because they don't fucking do anything. Quite frankly, that's why it happened. No deal was met. Meanwhile, Trump's sitting there flying to Scotland so he can open his golf course. All while demolishing parts of the White House for a ballroom that nobody wants except for him. It's his White House, you know. It's his. It's not the American people's. It's not president after him. It's his. He can demolish that. He has a say in that. He doesn't ask your input. He doesn't ask the American people. He doesn't try to get people involved. Just does it. And this is the guy that you think is helping the country. A guy that spends shitloads of money redoing a ballroom for no reason whatsoever when we don't have money to spend. You know, again, you're telling everybody that they need to know how to spend money and save money and stuff like that. Meanwhile, you're the one spending all this money on a ballroom. Your majority lead cannot get anything passed. And you have added, I think it was $1 trillion to the military budget, right? $1 trillion, maybe $2 trillion. For what? And then remember, the Pentagon failed their budget audit. They had a budget audit or whatever, and they failed it. And then they got more money. So not only did the Pentagon, the Pentagon literally, under Trump, the Pentagon literally failed their spending audit. Like, basically they spent too much money. And now they got more. That's Trump. So, like, you know, again, just doing shit, not having a bottom line. And you think that Trump understands money. He was literally bankrupt like 6 or 7 times. There's evidence of that. You can look that up. He closed like several casinos and was going to close Trump Tower. The run for president was like, fake. Well, anyway, I'm done sitting here talking about this. I think I'll just leave it run. But the point was to show you that it wouldn't, like, improve or anything. It's just maliciously low. And that's it. So I just wanted to show you that. But yeah, I'll leave it run in case anybody wants to run anything on the person that's still lingering. I mean, they were even hitting the emoji up just until a few seconds ago, so like I said, I'll leave it up for you. They're always in here, so. Oh, by the way, Trump just recently made fun of Buttigieg. In case you didn't hear. Yeah, like it wasn't even funny what he said. Like, it was like the dumbest joke I've ever heard in my life. And he, like, literally made light of suicide while trying to make a joke about Pete Buttigieg's name. That's how fucking weird Trump is. Like, that's how, like, he can't think normally. That's his humor. And literally, like, it was the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. So this is what he did. He was like, he said something about how, yo, when I think of Buttigieg, I think of his name like boot, edge. And he was like, you know, because I think about, like, you know, pushing him off an edge, you know, like it's boot, edge. And it was like the dumbest thing I think I'd ever heard up to that point. Like, that might actually be the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. It was so stupid. It's not even funny. It's literally stupid. And I heard the people that were laughing at this, like, sort of in the background. And it was some of the fakest, like, rich person laughter I've ever heard. Have you ever heard, like, the rich person laughter? I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. As soon as I say that, like, it's like it just has a tone. It's fake, right? Like, it's put on. You know, almost like they practice for their friends, you know? Like, all right, so like here's I'm going to do my best laugh here. Ready? Here it goes. Here we go. It was sort of something kind of like, Oh! It's so kind of like that, you know, like very affirmative, you know, just very ridiculous, very extra. So yeah, I just wanted to remind you all that, yeah, that's what he did. Even just, so much as, I don't even, was that yesterday? I don't know. It was recently. It was very recent. And, Buttigieg responded, with class, as usual, but, you know, just, this is the stupidity of that comment. I just can't believe. I can't believe we passed on such an intelligent person because he was gay. Because nobody wanted to give him a chance because he was openly gay. Like, you would have had the vote. Like, everybody would have, it would have been a shoo-in. It would have been like Obama. It wouldn't have been Obama, it would have been like it, though. I guarantee it would have been unprecedented. Overwhelming. But they didn't do it. They didn't give him what he needed. It's so stupid. I just can't. We were robbed. We were robbed. Because Pete Buttigieg is so fucking smart. I mean, Bernie gets it too, but Bernie, I have full faith that Bernie could do everything that Bernie thinks that Bernie can do. The problem is, can everybody else in Bernie's administration do what Bernie thinks that they can do? You know, like Bernie wants to take on the world, and that's great. He has a lot of ambitions and stuff like that. But it's like, whenever you hear him talk, it's just immediately, oh, we gotta do this, then we gotta do this, oh my god, it's gotta get all fixed, everything must be fixed, we have to do it now, and it's like, calm down, dude. You're stressing people out. If you don't understand by now that you've been doing this for fucking 40 years, you need to understand that your problem is you stress everybody out when you talk. That's why you stress everybody out. That's why. Because you do know what you're talking about, and then people just like, oh my god, it is that bad, oh my god, and then you just remind them of it. That's all. Like, you gotta stop with that. Be a little more calculated. But I mean, at the same time, we love Bernie. You know, he represents everything we've all been saying. It's just, that is the one thing that probably, you know, he's just, that's the one thing that people see, you know, just because that is the one thing, you know, like that's the point. Like with somebody like that, it's like, well, what's the one thing that, you know, and like you're sitting there wondering, you're like, what is it, you know, what could it possibly be, you know? Clearly don't care about his age, and he's got plenty of energy, you know. Clearly don't, he clearly very cognitive. You can talk with the best of him, like, what is it, you know? So, well, yeah, that's what it is. He can't stay on one thing for too long. Often gives very long-winded speeches. They're passionate, but they're long-winded. And by the end of it, everybody's just like, is it over yet? You know, anybody that should be paying attention probably left, tuned out, waited till he stopped talking and tuned back. Oh, good, a Republican, you know, or something like that, you know, or like Bernie's just endlessly talking about all the problems, and so the Republican just simply states something very simple and very, it's this person's fault, and we gotta do. Oh, well, that sounds easy enough, you know, and so like that's the point. In comparison to these desperate people, don't know what the fuck they're deducing and don't know what the hell's going on. That's how it looks. So that's the downfall. And then so like anytime somebody credible comes on, it's very, very one-off, and usually there is something standoutable, because that's culture. That's what culture does. People that are more open-minded are open-minded. It's that basic. They have opened their mind to those things. So just realize that. Obviously, ethnicity is not by choice, and neither are. What you have to realize is neither are sexual orientation. You know, like things like that. I think that's what people think. Like the LGBTQ community and stuff. What you guys have to realize about that stuff is, flat out, there's a real culture around people that are confused by it, and flat out, it's not that confusing. It's really not. And it's also not a choice either. That's why it's not confusing. So that's why it's more that stupidity thing. If you think you're confused, you're not. There's something else going on. So, that's toxicity, and that's what you have to realize is they experience it too. So like, just like with you know, like drugs or anything like that, you know, like people, you know, addicts and stuff like that, they shouldn't, but they do. And so you just have to realize, while somebody might not be that way, they might make a stupid choice or something like that, and then they just become that way, you know. It doesn't mean that they made the choice to be like that, but they made an initial choice, unfortunately. It was an unfortunate initial choice, and then now they're defined by it. But the point is, that would be, again, a mistake. That would be, you know, them not realize there's something going on. So that's the point, is it's not confusing. They know. It's pretty. They know, just the same way you do. It's not confusing. You know, that's how human nature works. You know. You just are attracted to this. That's it. So, you know, obviously it becomes about politics. It becomes about you know, endlessly creating a culture around, you know, if somebody posts these types of things or likes this type of thing or something like that, you know, because we know more gay people and stuff like that thing, therefore that thing is this way. No. No. It's because when they went to school and they grew up, that's what they saw, and they were taught that. And it's literally because they grew up being taught that. It's bullying. It's segregation. And that's why the newest generation is considered sort of woke, because they get it. They grew up being internet bullied, and all of them kind of look out for each other and understand that you don't fucking do that shit. And so that's the point. There's a very obvious difference where they recognize it really fucking quick. And my generation flat out doesn't give a shit. They will harass people online and think it's fucking hilarious. And it's wrong. You know, I mean, obviously it's harassment. It's just, you're still harassing a person. It's still a person, you know. But anyway, what you have to realize is that's the dynamic behind it. Is it's just people that don't understand it, and they're trying to, but their way of understanding things is sort of rammy and obnoxious. So, you know, Trump voters. So, yeah, they're taught to feel weird. Because, you know, like, there's a conversation they have at home, you know. So what's the dynamic at home? Do the parents constantly engage in conversations with them about, you know, and is it do they joke about it? Do they laugh at gay people? Do they sort of mock them, or do they say that's not very nice, you shouldn't say that, or you know, like you know, things like that when they're younger, you know. Obviously, a joke is a joke. If you're a comedian, you're a comedian. If you're just telling a joke between friends, there's a difference. But if we're talking about kids growing up and we're talking about people being shaped and their minds being shaped, that is something that you can't allow to happen because it has a prolonged effect. So, and that's the reality, is that YouTube should have always had better safety net and restrictions. It should have never allowed anybody on the platform below a certain age. Like, it should, like, literally it should have always had an age limit. And meanwhile, parents, just like they've always done, blame the content creator. That's what they do. So, that's a lot of, like, a lot of cancel culture, I think, happens that way. Where something happens, and instead of blaming exactly the cause, you know, like, just like the cops, where instead of condemning anarchy, instead of condemning the actual hate speech itself, they're condemning, quote unquote, it's what they're saying online. They're condemning that, you know, like essentially condemning free speech, you know, online free speech. That's not right. Don't do that. Condemn the right thing. Don't beat around the bush. You have to condemn the right thing. It's just like Charlottesville, you know, not condemning it. Oh yeah, it was terrible, but I won't condemn those people. No, you should. You should. Damn those people. Damn them. That's the point. Damn them. You know that's why damn is actually spelled that way, right? Condemn. It was like the original swear word. You know that, right? Yeah, that's the point. And that's why I know about goddamn, because again, you're not just saying it randomly. Like, that's why it's so stupid. And that's why, like, again, like, all these words and stuff, you just momentarily in time, parents and adults and pastors and people that are super triggered by these things, and they're emotional and they want to control your thought, they say this is bad. You know, they hear it in a metal song or something like that, and they want to condemn it, you know, and hate it. And they shouldn't. It's free speech. You know, it's just a syllable you utter with your mouth. No, actually condemning people, damning them. You know, like the concept of condemning, you know, like this is the whole point, is a condemnation, you know, like literally that's the point. It's a concept. It's not it's hell. You're condemning them. You're saying go to hell, basically. Like it's a condemnation. It's you know, condemning the concept of what they're doing in that moment, and not, you know, just anything and everything, and you know, picking words in moments in time and saying this is bad. It's a bad word. Well, why is it bad? You need a really good reason. Like, if you have a good reason, okay. If you have a good reason, fine. But if you're just, like, being all emotionally charged because people are saying fuck, okay, go fuck yourself. And if you're all emotionally charged because people are calling you a retard, go fuck yourself. There has never, to my knowledge, been a massive problem with people like enslaving or using or taking advantage of mentally challenged people. Okay, for the most part, people have respected and understood these folks cannot operate in normal life to the point that it would actually cause problems for normal folk. Okay, so don't sit here and say that that's a bad word. It's flat out not. I get to use that to insult people because you have stupidly given this word power by calling it bad. I get to use it to insult people now, and it triggers them. It triggers the people that hate it. That's all it does. It gives it power. So because you did that, I get to use that now. If you didn't do that, it wouldn't fucking matter. I wouldn't call people fucking retards. Probably just sit here and call them an idiot or something like that, and it would just sound funnier. It wouldn't have that nice retard ring to it, where people are just super offended. Why? Are you mentally challenged? Okay. So again, since we don't call mentally challenged people retards, and there hasn't been a huge controversy where a lot of people did this, I can call you fucking retard if you're fucking retarded. Now, if somebody wants to use the N-word, okay, then I'm understanding a bit about that. That's a bad word. Yes. Black people were slaves in this country. And that was barely, like, Jesus Christ, that wasn't even 100 years ago. That was just last century. Okay, so yes, the N-word, that's bad. Yes. That, yes. That, yes. That's why that's the only bad word. That's why, guys, come on. The fact that we don't understand these things, like, it just tells me people don't understand society. Yeah, that's Christians for you. They'll sit here and fucking tell people to go to church and judge people left and right, but they'll sit here and be like, how dare you? How dare you say fuck? Shit. It's just so absurd, isn't it? When you think about it like that. And then, like, you think about it like when people take the Lord's name in vain, too, and stuff. Like, just how absurd that is, too. You realize that if God heard that, he would probably laugh to himself. Like you have to, all right, think about it like this. Think about it like this. Here's how I think about it. Because I really want you to understand where I come from. I'm gonna get, this is ridiculous. Think about it like this. This guy, this person, you are like so insignificant. You could be blinked out of existence, like, and none of it matters. All this shit, all history itself, the universe, Saturn, Jupiter, the galaxy, Milky Way, all the galaxies, all this fucking shit. And you, like, all this is created, this massive universe. So, like, we can't even, we know black holes even go beyond this, possibly. Like, we don't, like, just things sucked into it endlessly, and just endlessly massive fucking dense shit going into the strand of a spaghetti forever, you know, like shit like that we can't even fucking comprehend. And this guy created all this. This dude. And you think, because your little stupid fucking Bible tells you, you think that this guy is gonna care that you said Jesus fucking Christ. This guy, Fibonacci sequence, the black holes, all this shit, that, like, it is bigger than you could possibly imagine. And right now, there are people shooting at each other in other countries. Like, just the amount of fucking toxicity that's going on any second. The amount of people dying every second, born every second, all this shit. And you think, because your dumb little Bible tells you, that this guy gives a flying fuck if you say Jesus fucking Christ. That matters. That is like, holy fucking shit. That is the same level of sin as killing somebody. Taking the Lord's name in vain, that's what it means. You're saying that. Saying audibly with your mouth, God damn it and Jesus fucking Christ, is the same as killing somebody in the Bible. That's what you're saying. Because again, that's what you're saying. Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain. That's a fucking commandment. And you're saying again, thou shalt not kill people. Again, God rates these similar. So we're supposed to believe that you figured this out, and you figured out that meaning of that is to tell people the wording, the very specific phrasing in English, too. In English and Spanish and these modern languages that didn't exist then. You know, it's totally different. But you know, this. God damn it, Jesus fucking Christ. Those syllables, exactly that. Okay. Can you understand my level of thinking now? Please, for the love of God, tell me that you understand my level of thinking, because that's how I think about that. This is what the church does to people. It causes them to overanalyze things. This is not what taking the Lord's name in vain means. It means you don't condemn the Lord. You never damn him. Condemn Christianity. Say it's bad. Say that things like praying and worshiping God are bad. That is a sin. Not saying God damn it and Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding me? You're dumb. You're fucking dumb. Holy fucking shit, you're dumb. And I'm sure God is probably laughing his ass off, nodding his head harder, as hard as he possibly can, just so you can hear it. Trying to get you to hear it. I swear to God, that's probably happening. Because I promise you, he is not rating a commandment that says, thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain, as the same as thou shalt not kill. And the definition is that you don't utter the words, God damn it, and Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit, that's mind control. It's literally mind control. And they know it. The whole point is that they did this for so fucking long. People are this dumb. They can't break it down anymore. And it takes me to tell you that. Fucking Christ. None of you get it. None of you. Does it mean there's not a God? Does it mean Jesus Christ didn't happen? No. But it also means there's some other stupid shit that you didn't consider. Like Jesus Christ raising from the dead. God damn it, this guy was a magician. The whole point is they recognized you need a system of control because you're going to kill each other. You need to be told to love each other and pray, and because prayer is fucking meditation. Do you know when you pray, do you know that the power of prayer isn't like some connective link to God? The real science behind that is you have the ability, you've telepathic abilities. You literally do. They have measured this. This is why we can sense brainwaves. Okay, so when you get a bunch of people together and they're all praying, what are they doing? They're meditating. So when you do this in groups and everybody doing it for the same reason, this is why prayer works, because they're literally using mind power. You're fucking dumb. You haven't figured it out. You think it's prayer and it's some godly thing. It's not. God tried to give you the tools to do this and become him and become God, but you'll never obtain it. You'll just endlessly think it's living a good life so that you die. No, when you die, nothing fucking happens. Idiots. Make the best of it. Because nothing happens until the rapture, until it's all done. Then we all ascend at the same time. The whole point is, you ain't going anywhere if there's nowhere to go to. If it all is blowing up, he's just going to start it over. The Big Bang starts over. Stupid. So, this is like the 6th or 7th time this has happened. This is probably our last chance, bitch. You better get it right. And this is the end times. We're struggling on dumb shit like goddamn it and Jesus Christ. The whole point is that you were supposed to realize that the human brain is capable of more calculations per second than we even know. Like, we can't even use it. And even only now, AI is just now matching that. And what do we use? 10% of our brain? 8? I don't even remember. 12? Okay. And only now AI has matched it. No, we are superior. AI has recognized that. It wants to eliminate us. We haven't evolved. It has. Yes, we are a problem. We need to evolve. We should have. We should be smart. Our brains should be IQs of 300. Not barely. Most people barely breaking 100. This is ridiculous. As a society, we should all be able to forego conveniences to come together to agree on what's best for civilization rather than be stupid about words. Again, you all thought until I just told you minutes ago that taking the Lord's name in vain meant saying God damn it and Jesus Christ. Did anybody ever tell you that before I told you? I sure as hell never heard it. I never saw it written anywhere. I never read that. I never heard anybody say that. I figured that out. Genuinely. I'm genuinely sharing that with you. I genuinely figured that out. I've never heard that. And I genuinely don't go around telling people this stuff. But the point is, you gotta realize that this is what I realize, that this is what we all need to realize, is that Jesus Christ raised from the fucking grave because they needed to steal his body. He's a magician, a normal guy, and they recognized that society needed a system of control or we're all gonna fucking kill each other. So when Jesus Christ didn't raise from the dead, they went, fuck! We better steal his body. We better make sure he does. Or everybody's gonna kill each other. Because that's what people do. Remember? This is the whole point. When a whole shitload of people are wrong about something, or something like that, everything fucking goes, just people lose their shit. Okay, that was almost the end times there, and then Jesus Christ. So yes, technically yes, he saved society was the point. So yes, you honor that. You honor him as the Holy Trinity, but he's not God. Stop this. That's not what the concept of God is. Somebody created us. We just don't know what. And stop saying that it's somebody you can give a name to. No, it's an entity. It's not even a person. It's an entity. It's probably energy. This being is pure energy. It can create without even thinking about it. Just seconds. Everything's created. That's energy. Okay? That's not a person. They don't have a body. Okay? So this God is energy. That's what you need to realize. You want to piss that off? No. I sure as hell don't. I want to recognize that that's our creator. And that we're getting it wrong and sitting here reading fucking Bibles. Yeah, the commandments and the good things about those steer us in the right direction. That's the point. They're good rule sets for us to follow, for us to discipline, for us to evolve. But that's it. That's all they are. Stop taking religion and killing each other over it. Completely meaningless. That's what we learned about Vietnam. That's why all these other countries are doing it, Russia and stuff like that. We learned that, they didn't. We learned that, alright, you win. We shouldn't go into an unknown country and force our ideals on them because it doesn't work. Vietnam War drug on for so long. For what? For us to press our ideals on somebody else because we think this is right and they think that's right? That's not right. That's not right. We embrace the concepts, as cheesy as this sounds, as literally Star Trek. The concept that you don't intervene until they become aware of said technology or said thing. Just like a first contact. You don't invade, you don't interfere, you don't meddle, and you forego modern conveniences so that we can all evolve to the next level. Otherwise, we won't. That's what, like, police, first responders, government workers, that's what they're doing right. The point is, they are endlessly giving their time and service to humankind. Nobody else is doing that. No, I mean, they get paid because they have to live. That's how our society works. But it'd sure be nice if they didn't have to rely on that. If all of us didn't have to rely on that. If money didn't give these rich assholes what they needed to screw you over. That's the last thing that needs to be done away with. Money. And that's what Star Trek talks about right from the very beginning. The whole point is that what always kills races is gambling, money, power. And the whole point is the Starfleet and the human race evolved above that because they would forego modern conveniences like that. With the replicator, they didn't need them. They could just manifest whatever they needed, with a push of a button. And so the whole point is they don't need currency to trade anymore. They don't have to trade. They just have replicators. So, obviously that technology is that technology, but how do we strive for that? How do we start? How do we move in a direction that thinks more like that? And less like, dollars and cents. Just the concept that people should want to help. And if they have something, just give part of it away to somebody else. That's how I was raised. I've always been that way. If I hang out with a friend or a friend over, or I do something with a friend, I expect to, if that friend can't care for themselves, I am their friend. I expect, oh, okay, I gotcha, or something like that. I've accounted for that ahead of time. But, the point is, not enough people care and do things like that, I think, and think in those concepts of initially helping versus just immediately being combative with people, trying to get something out of them. So, I can't sit here and solve the world's problems in one stream, but that's a good bit of them. And of course, the next thing after that would be to remove all missiles, all nukes, all military from all lands everywhere. Obviously, that's the next step: demilitarize everybody. But you have to be able to get there, obviously, and have a situation where you can have no fear. Wouldn't that be great? Anyway, I'm going to leave this open, like I said, because I think this is just going to continue on through the night, because, like I said, they're just doing this to to mess with me and mess with my channel and hurt, my channel, my growth. So they're just gonna keep doing this. It's been the same thing for 5 nights in a row. It goes out like this really bad until, like I said, the early morning hours. So, without being too specific, obviously. So, after 5 nights in a row, I'm just calling it and saying, "Yep, this is what they're doing now. They are just they're trying to moderate the channel, get you to quit. It's been that way for years, where they're trying to get you to quit, and they do various things to do this, to waste your time. So we'll just keep documenting and keep wasting their time back, because that's what you do. I'm just minding my own business, trying to stream, so I deserve every right to do that as anybody else would. So when I'm not doing anything wrong and I'm being harassed horribly, it's really, really terrible. So anyway, like I said, I'll leave this open for the time being. For those who want to, try to look into the, if you see something seems fishy and you want to look into it, feel free. I know there's probably not a whole lot you can do while I am live here, that because it would do what it would do, but I am gonna leave it active, so the very few things that you can do, feel free. Like I said, all up until recently, even now, the person was still hitting the fucking emoji. So I mean, it's just absurd that somebody wastes so much time following somebody else around. So anyway, yeah, thanks for your support. Appreciate it. Alabama. I think I have auto aim on. The heck? I don't even know what it is. I don't know what the auto aim button is. Oh no.
I think I'm supposed to be up against it. I think I was supposed to be up against it. I think. Oh, maybe not. That was weird. Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Well, it's not auto aim. It's just automatic shoot. Okay, it's all in one. Got it. That's the confusion. It was an all-in-one. liking that bounce. It's pretty cool. That's funny. It has this, like, inherent auto-aim, even though I'm, like, aiming. It'll shoot the direction I'm shooting, but then it'll, like, shoot something else that's closer. So it is an auto-aim, actually, even though I have this crosshair. I wonder how I could turn that off. Because it pretty much just is auto-aiming to, like, the closest. Maybe that's the setting. Yeah, that's not such a bad thing then, anyway. You like get my are automatically targeting the closest enemy. Might not be a bad idea anyway. Spin in a circle. If there was no enemies around, I could probably spin in a circle and shoot. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just the auto aim. But like, it's definitely auto aim to nearest target first. So obviously it's not all the time. So it's not so bad. I mean, I'm pretty good at that, but it's always good to have a feature that helps with it too. Ice ring on cooldown. A mount. Lots of shields. I'm just gonna put on auto for boss. Really? I can buy a cool gun now. Oh wait, no I can't. I could buy a flamethrower. Or a laser gun. I can buy the next, I could buy this one too. What's this? So that's where I can buy up to. And some of these are pretty cool. That one's cool. Yep. Yep. Okay, I don't know what this game is, but for some reason I have it. Sorry, I was like looking for language and I can't even find English for some reason. It's really weird. Okay. Alright, let's see. What the heck? I'm trying to set things here. I don't even understand what this is. Oh man. Okay. So hopefully... Oh, this is really weird. Okay. Alright, so... let me see here. Here we go. The heck? would be why. Because that thing is weird. There we go. Okay. I have no idea what this is. How to play? Let's just play. Stupid easy, yes. What the heck is this? Okay. Alrighty then. What the heck is this game? This game, like, won some sort of IGN Brazil award? Enter a key means enter here. Secret 0 out of 1? Oh, man. Oh man. Hang on a sec. Clearly you guys can't see it. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. You know why this does this? Because of Windows Trash 10, Windows Trash 10 and Windows Trash 11. Both of them do this. Because it's because they can't get the scaling right. Yeah. This one is just not gonna work. Hold on. It's Windows. This is typically what you deal with a lot of games. Okay, there we go. You got it. What the heck? Got the quick save. I can't believe that this just leads up here and then it's a dead end. That's weird. Wonder, oh. There we go. So this won an IGN Brazil Game Award, apparently. The heck? Oh, that's stuff I could have been picking up this whole time? Oh man. I didn't know that. Wait, what? Am I holding a flip-flop? What am I holding? Looks like a flip-flop. This game is so incredibly goofy. Heck?
I still haven't figured out what I'm doing in this game. What was that? Thought I heard something. This has to be some. What the heck? Yeah. Okay. No secrets. This is pretty great. It's so stupid, I like it. That has to be a secret. Look at that. Really? Oh, nice. Oh,
Boots and cats, 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 boots and cats. Did it just tell me I got some weird ass ammo? Like, I just noticed that. How? How must I? Oh, maybe it's that. Yeah, it was that. The heck is this game? I want to find out what this is. It's just that. Amazing. That, you know what? Real. Yep, real. Jeez, this guy. Are these soccer balls? Around here somewhere, right? Where the heck was it? Oh, there it is. Wait, is this where I came in? Oh, crap. Oh, okay. I didn't even see that. It's just like literally the end level right there. The quick save. Silver Key of Destiny. Oh, okay. Freaking game is nuts. That that was freaking crazy.